10.63 with a 9 for M64. And 11.04 with a 1 at 142 miles an hour for M74 there across the finish line. M86 in the orange helmet, Aeroflow lane, taking on M37. O31 on the tree for M86. Has the performance as well. It's there with a 10.39. 133 miles an hour and 11.02 at 123 for the rider in the rocket lane. Our next pair rolling up to the start line, we have M92 down there in the Aeroflow lane, taking on M75. All right, so both races have brought both their white lights on, ready to go. 0.62 is the reaction time for the Aeroflow lane, M92. Carrying all of the horsepower here, dead straight down the center. 9.95 with a 5, 151 miles an hour. And a 13.68 with a 3 at 115 for M75. Don't forget to scan that QR code, folks. C18 in the Aeroflow lane. Leaves with a 007 light. Taking on M106. 106 with a 304 off the start line, but has caught up with the horsepower. 10.42 with a 9, 147 miles an hour to an 11.02 at 140 in the Aeroflow lane. So for our racers competing in the racing part of tonight, they will be looking definitely for a good consistent couple of runs so they can pick a dial in. Both races away cleanly here. M101 in the Aeroflow lane, taking on M97 in the rocket. 4/10 across the finish line. A 12.31 with a 2 will take it for M97, and a 12.85 in the Aeroflow lane. M82 on the start line in the Aeroflow lane, taking on M80. Away very close together on the reaction times. M80 marginally better, but I think has a little bit more horsepower. Gets there with 11.06, 134 miles an hour, and 11.63 with a 5 at 126 miles an hour. For M82, big burnout there for M62 in the Aeroflow lane with the green helmet. Left of screen, taking on 8.2, 9.2 in the rocket lane. You can see that squiggly mark that M62 has left from the burnout. Oh, some issues on the start line for 82, 92. And a 10.66 with an 8 at 135 miles an hour will take the win. Some issues down there. Looks like he's going to scoot the bike back. Hopefully he can get back to the pits and repair whatever it is that's not working as intended. Of course, fantastic to have the support of Sydney Random Riders. Size Harley Davidson, I saw their tent set up at the end of the marquee down there at the staging lanes, and also Heavy Duty Magazine also coming on board. Next up, we're going to see our next pair up at the start line. C15 in the Aeroflow lane, taking on M54. One of those bikes with a launch control. I think it was C15 there.
We hope it's launch control.
Wow. Just bashing the limiter for something to do. Nice clean pass. So 984 with a 160 mile an hour, Adam. That's the quickest we've seen, I think, tonight. Other than the demo run given by Ryan Franks. Oh, no, beg your pardon. There's 3 bikes in front of him. Our next pair rolling up to the start line. M72 in the aeroflow lane. Taking on M69. M69 in the rocket lane. Pretty close on the reaction time here for these two. M72 will take it in the aeroflow lane. 11.07, 145 miles an hour to an 11.76 at 121 in the rocket. Our next pair. Up at the tree already, M92 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M95 in the rocket. '95 with a much better reaction time out in front and should take the win. 11.63 with a 127 miles an hour to a 12.0 at 121 in the aeroflow lane. Taking on our next pair, M105 in the aeroflow lane. The big Goldwing, I think they called them, the big cruiser bike. And M59 in the rocket. .105. Just lifting the front wheel on the hit there. M59 upper side and should take the win out in front. 12.15 with a 0. 111 miles an hour in the rocket lane to a 12.85 with a 5 at 99 in the aeroflow lane. Our next pair, M50 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M94. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, to scan that QR code, get your votes in. Very interested to see how this pans out tonight. Once you scan the QR code, you'll see a form where you're asked a number of quick questions on which bike you want to pick for each of those awards.
Someone's voted for themselves, pushing every single category, and I am on to you, Mr. M64.
Well,
you never know.
Yeah, well, that one might make a difference.
You might actually legitimately win it.
Yeah. You know, just because you've blocked him, I'm going to get on there and
I'm going to
give him thinking outside the square. M63 taking on M85. 85 in the rocket lane. Oh, there's one for your closest race.
Oh, nice.
.0075 across the finish line. No, it's not there, madam. It's already changed.
I can go get that off them.
Might be easier if you go do it now. All right, our next pair leaving the start line. M83 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M84. Side by side as well across the finish line, a 10th across the finish line, the gap. 11.90 to an 11.57. Our next pair. M35 taking on M109. 35 in the aeroflow lane, left of screen. 109 in the rocket lane. Rocket lane just in front at 1,000 feet. And runs through for a 12.22 to a 13.0 in the aeroflow lane. Our next pair, M100 in the aeroflow lane to M48. In the rocket lane and gets there first. 10.47, 135 to an 11.40 at 114. Our next pair, M120 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M36. 36 in the rocket lane. Both the way okay off the start line. Looks like M36 out in front. Should take the win here. 14.20 with a 494 miles an hour to a 15.96 at 83 mile an hour in the airflow lane. FM 76 in the airflow lane, taking on FM 81 in the rocket. The rocket lane just getting it 12.07 with a 4, 113 mile an hour to a 12.24 in the airflow lane. Next up, FM 55 taking on FM 94. 94 down there in the rocket lane. Leaves with a 4.79 reaction time. Looked like 55 just staggered a little bit on the start line, didn't get the launch that was desired, but a 12.47. 111 miles an hour in the rocket lane, and a 12.02 with a 5 at 118 in the airflow. Next up we have, I think, a Hayabusa down there in the airflow lane, FM 57, taking on FM 68. Here, first timers here at Sydney Dragway. 003 on the tree for the airflow lane. Out there with the performance and gets on through the finish line. 12.50, 121 miles an hour to a 14.24 at 95 in the rocket. Next up, FM 47 in the airflow lane, taking on FM 46. Like 46 left the start line before the tree was activated. So unfortunately, no time recorded, but the tree can be reset, and FM 47 will get an opportunity now into full stage, bringing that second white light on. Leaving the start line with a 4.88 reaction time. 000 is perfect. FM 47 once away from the start line, got down to the finish line nicely. 12.96 with a 131 miles an hour. FM 47 in the airflow lane.
So just quickly, Bushy, we've got one more entry left for our elimination competition.
Okay.
So if you feel like you know what it takes and you're here today right now at the staging lanes,
okay, so we've got 31 entries.
Correct.
At the moment.
We don't want to do a buy run.
No. We want an even field. So we need one person. Surely one of you want to go, you know what, I'm going to give this racing paper a crap.
Only $10.
Yeah, nice.
So if you've got an M number, go down, see Scrutineering. They can change over to a C number, enter you in. $300 cash bounty.
Okay, nice. Yep.
And a bit novelty check, courtesy of...
They are a big novelty check.
Yes.
See, they've been sitting up here beside us.
Put that in your man cave. So yeah, just for eliminations, $300 novelty check and free entry to the next bike night.
Yeah, bonus. Good incentive to get out there and have a crack.
I'm asking for forgiveness, not permission. No. No, we'll be fine.
All right, FM9 down there in the airflow lane, taking on FM20. The bagged Harley in the, well, they're both bagged. 109, the 60 foot in the rocket lane. Looks like FM20 will take the win here. 12.16 with a 3, 108 miles an hour to a 13.10 in the airflow lane. Our next pair. In the staging beams, FM21 in the aeroflow lane, taking on FM25. Pretty close, but it looks like FM25 just down in front at the moment and stays there. 13.03 with a 6 at 100 miles an hour to a 13.28 with a 5, also at 100 miles an hour.
Quick note, I don't know if you've already mentioned it. Really good to see some first timers coming in. It looks like the FM numbers are coming through quite heavy.
Yes,
so.
yeah, that's great to see the first timers coming out and giving it a crack. You can see in our staging lane cams there is a bunch of bikes down there in all the lanes. Fantastic to see. M96 in the airflow lane taking on FM103 in the rocket lane. 96 should take the win here. 12.78 with a 108 miles an hour to a 13.85 at 91.
Good to see Keith cleaning up his act.
I could say he needs more than a mop, but that's not fair.
No,
He's a good guy. All right, our next pair rolling up to the start line. M51 in the aeroflow lane, taking on C11. So the bike in the rocket lane. One of our competition riders for a little bit later on tonight. Just lifting the wheel a little bit on the end of first gear there for C11. The aeroflow lane will take the win though. 10.39 with a 146 miles an hour to a 10.93 in the rocket lane. Our next pair up at the start line. FM108 taking on FM110. So a pair of first timers just getting a little bit of instruction from the starter. Away very evenly on the start line. Rocket lane with a little bit of a wheel stand, I think, there, Adam.
I was about to say FM 110, so that means there's over 110 bikes here already.
Yep.
How awesome.
Yeah, it's doing good. There's a nice amount of bikes down there in the staging lanes, of course.
Let's have a quick look. Would you look at that?
Yeah.
I know it looks condensed, but they're bikes, not cars, so you got to
Yes.
reconsider that. Huge number. Hello down there in the staging lanes. Quick wave hello. There we go.
They are listening.
They are suddenly like Angela Phipps is ignoring me. I know she can hear me, but she's just ignoring me. I can see it down there, but it's fine.
065 on the tree for C6 in the rocket lane, Adam. Nice reaction time.
Beautiful reaction time.
Oh, one of those bikes just tagging the limiter, I think, wanted to stay in the gear that they were in, but the bike had other ideas. 11.98 with a 9. At 109 mile an hour in the rocket lane. C13 in the aeroflow, taking on C1. So these two races will be in our competition a little bit later on tonight. Racing for $300 and a free entry to the next event here at Sydney Dragway. 12.33 with a 4 at 113 miles an hour in the airflow lane to a 13.32 at 114 in the rocket. M53 in the airflow lane, taking on FM45. 45 with the GoPro off the back of the bike on the stick. See it there? Aeroflow Lane with a better reaction time and a little bit better performance. I think maybe some issues for the Rocket Lane. 10:43 with a 2, 149 miles an hour in the Aeroflow Lane, the quicker of the two. To a 16:21, but I don't think that's a representative ET for that bike. A couple of brightly coloured leathers coming up in the next couple of pairs. We've got FC10 on the start line. First time, but also decided to jump in for the competition in the Aeroflow Lane. And C3 in the Rocket. And the Rocket Lane will take it 9:69 with a 9, 147 miles an hour. And a 12:03 at 122. Next up we have C2201 in the Aeroflow Lane, taking on C17. Aeroflow Lane with the bright vest on, the boots are nice and bright on board for the Rocket Lane. 018 on the tree for the Aeroflow Lane. And a 999 with a 1 at 152 miles an hour. To a 1079 at 144 in the Rocket. Racer 6694 in the Aeroflow Lane, taking on C16 in the Rocket. The dragway all but the racing surface in full shade now.
Of the darkened variety, it's not being creepy or anything.
No, the sun's literally low in the sky.
Those stalkerish racetracks.
976 with a 3 there, 145 miles an hour to a 1070 in the Aeroflow Lane. M49 in the Aeroflow Lane, taking on C22. Don't forget, Adam did mention we had one more spot left in the competition. Not sure if that's been filled just yet.
Stand by.
Oh, you can check that. I wasn't aware that you had that power, Adam.
I've got sources. I've got ears on the ground.
Okay.
According to me live.
990 in the Aeroflow Lane. We've got some quick bikes here tonight. M104 in the Aeroflow Lane, taking on C107.
So what I'm showing Bush right now, I'm showing him a list of all the C numbers with names. So I'm going to give that up. I'm going to print it off for you, mate.
Thank you.
Hopefully you'll be able to put them with them with them. And they're not all John Does or Jane Doe.
M107 away quicker on the start line, but the horsepower of M104 will take the win. 1088 with an 8 at 124 miles an hour to an 1184 at 113 for the Rocket Lane. C24 in the Aeroflow Lane, one of our competitors, taking on M112. Rocket Lane out in front. 1199 with a 9, 110 miles an hour to a 1251 with a 3. Our next pair, C52, taking on M43.
Stephen, I know you're... I have good news.
Yep.
We're full.
for the competition
We are,
tonight. So
mate.
we've got 32 bikes. That's fantastic. So there'll be no buy runs. Nice. Keeps the competition a little bit tighter when there's no buy runs. C5 down there in the aeroflow lane, taking on C8. So both these racers chasing down that $300 check, or novelty check, I should say. 083 on the tree for the rider in the aeroflow lane, but the bike went straight to the right. Nearly ran out over the 60-foot timer. That's a pretty decent effort. And an 11:41 in the rocket lane to take the win over an 13:66. M67 taking on M65.
It's always a good run when you get the 67 and 65.
Nice work though. M65 will take the win, Adam. 11:003 at 120 miles an hour to a 12:29 with a 5 at 108. M79 taking on M78. Oh, lifting that front wheel for M78. Left with a 2:46 reaction time. Gets to the finish line 10:93 with an 8, 124 miles an hour to a 12:4. 106 in the aeroflow lane. C7 taking on M77. Pretty close off the tree, these two. About 400ths in the reaction time. Not much across the finish line either, 600ths. 11:69 with a 5 to an 11:71 with a 9 in the rocket lane. M91 taking on M87. The rocket lane with a better reaction time. I think with a little bit more performance, looks to be pulling away as the finish line draws nearer. 11:80, 113 for the rocket lane to a 12:1. Thank you very much to those who have voted via the QR code. Don't forget, if you want to vote for your favourite bike, jump on, scan the QR code or hit the link in the live stream on the City Dragway official YouTube channel. And that'll take you to a page where you can vote for a number of different categories. Use the racing number that I'm trying to read out as each of our bikes run down the racetrack here at Sydney Dragway tonight. M34. So that's an example of what you would enter when voting for the bike that you want to win that award. M88 in the rocket lane. 041 on the tree for M34. It's a nice light. Out in front. 11:02 with a 9. 119 miles an hour to a 12:78 and 101 in the rocket. M99 in the aeroflow lane taking on M90. 90 in the rocket. Dressed in black. And a 12:32 with a 2 at 107 miles an hour in the rocket lane to a 12:84 with a 9 in the aeroflow. M33 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M61. Just popping a wheelie there for M31 on the start line. Didn't seem to hurt performance too much though. 11.93 at 112 to a 15.14 at 90 mile an hour. Next up we have M89 taking on C8021, which is Cheryl Beddoes down there. Oh, 1-3 on the tree for the Rocket Lane. There's two bikes side by side at the finish line. And 0.25 across the margin. Looked a lot closer from here, but I am looking from 450 odd meters away and directly behind the bikes. M121 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M116. 116 out in front, should take the win here. 11.53 with a 4, 113 miles an hour. M118 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M120. Not too much in this one on the start line, only 0.02 of a second. The Rocket Lane in front at the half track mark and is still in front at the finish line. 11.46 with an 8. 119 miles an hour to an 11.88 at 114 in the aeroflow. Next up we have Ryan Franks. Race number 7437. Taking on FM 122. Frank's away with a 002 reaction time. Sounds like some issues there for the rider in the Rocket Lane. 8.8. For Franks at 149 miles an hour. And it appears that the rider in the Rocket Lane has definitely slowed. Not going to record a representative time, but we'll get there with a 29-second pass. Next up we have Angela Phipps-Hunt in the aeroflow lane, racer number 3106. One of our hard-working officials here at Sydney Dragway. Also IHRA official as well. Taking on racer 5446. Ooh, neither bike sounding particularly happy down there. Phipps, I think, launched and stalled, but the bike in the rocket lane sounded like it was hunting, I suppose you'd say, you know, where it runs too lean and goes throttle nothing. That's what it sounded like over the track bikes, but I hope everything's okay. Unfortunately, Phipps with an unrepresentative pass. Did have some troubles last week with the clutch at the Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway. Our next pair rolling out of the water. M74 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M56. .385 light for M56 in the rocket. It looks like M74 will get there. 11.23 with a 3, 143 miles an hour to a 13.47. Our next pair, M37 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M60 in the rocket. M60 with a nice light, 088 on the tree. 88 thousandths of a second away from perfect. Looks like the airflow lane is going to get round in the top end by 0.2 of a second. 11.28 with a 3, 122 miles an hour to 11.81 with a 2 for the rider in the rocket. Next up, we have M92 in the airflow lane, taking on M64. .92 leaving it a little bit too early there, but still will get a time. Runs on through first with a 10.10. 144 miles an hour to a 13.22 with a 9 at 110 for the rocket lane. M75 in the airflow lane, taking on M86. Ooh, M86 getting all crossed up on the start line. Spun the wheel hard, still doing 108 mile an hour at half track. And 11.77 with a 9, 133 miles an hour to a 12.99 at 115 for the rider in the airflow lane. Our next pair, M98, taking on C18. .073 on the tree for the rocket lane, C18. Looks like the rocket lane out in front, 10.65 with a 9 at 142 miles an hour to a 10.79 with a 7. In the airflow lane, M62 now taking on M106. And M62 will get there first, 10.34 with an 8, 140 miles an hour. Our next pair, M111 taking on M101. The rocket lane with a little bit more horsepower, and it should take the win light here. 11.59 with an 8. 33 miles an hour to a 14.29 with a 5. a 93. Next up, M82 takes on FM76. So the F prefix is a first timer here at Sydney Dragway. We've got a bunch of them here tonight. .101 red on the tree for the aeroflow lane. I will take the win. 11.10 with a 5. 120 mile an hour to an 11.8 for the rocket lane. Next up we see C15 in the aeroflow lane taking on M80. One of those bikes turbocharged. I can hear it on the track mics. I'm thinking it's C15. Did a bit of a wheel stand at the end of top gear as well, first gear, sorry. 10.02 with a 7, 150 miles an hour. Our next pair, M72 taking on M54. The aeroflow lane with a better reaction time there. And we'll take the win. 10.77 with a 2, also at 150 miles an hour. To an 11.30 in the rocket lane. Next up, M93 takes on M95. 93 in the aeroflow lane. The rocket lane scores the win. 11.12 with a 4, 129 miles an hour to an 11.65 with a 9 at 122. M113 takes on 8.2, a 9.2. Not much in this one on the reaction times, only 5,000ths of a second. I think the aeroflow lane with performance advantage here. Through the finish line, 10.69 with a 0, 130 mile an hour. That rider, 220 odd kilometers an hour through the finish line. Our next pair, M126 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M69 in the rocket. Got some issues there for M126 leaving the start line. Stalled it, not 100% sure, but 11.19 with a 5, 126 miles an hour. The quicker of the two. Next up we'll have M83 taking on M84. Don't forget to scan that QR code. Vote for your favourite bike. M83 with a better reaction time. The rocket lane will get there first. 11.23 with a 0 at 124 miles an hour. To an 11.73 with a 9 at 135. Next up, M59 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M105 in the rocket. Not too much in this one on the reaction times. The aeroflow lane quicker. Also quicker down the racetrack. 12.12 with a 7. 111 miles an hour to a 13.08, I beg your pardon. At 99 miles an hour. Next up, M117 takes on M44. Left of screen is M117. If you're into numbers, the Aeroflot lane left with a 454 and the Rocket with a 351. I know it probably doesn't mean a lot to our bike racers here tonight, but definitely from a V8 cubic inch capacity, the Ford Cleveland and Windsor, and also a typical big block Chev. All right, our next pair, M109 in the Aeroflot lane takes on M85 in the Rocket. 071 on the tree for M109 in the Aeroflot. Nice reaction time. 063 too quick for M85. 12.16 the ET recorded for the Aeroflot lane, and a 13.51 for the Rocket lane. M63 in the Aeroflot lane taking on M100. 028 on the tree for the Aeroflot lane. But the bike in the Rocket lane making a little bit more horsepower. We'll get to the finish line first. 11.05 with a 5, 127 to a 14.43 with a 9 at 90.9 miles an hour. Next up, M120 takes on FM36. So one of our first time riders down there in the Rocket lane. Looks like the Rocket lane out in front, and we'll take the win. 13.78 with a 5. 97 miles an hour to a 15.95 in the Aeroflot lane at 84. Next up, M124 in the Aeroflot lane. Taking on FM35. M115 taking on M114. 114 in the Rocket lane. Not quite sure if there's some issues there, but the Aeroflot lane will get there. With 11.86 with a 5, 121 miles an hour to a 15.32 at 88. Next up, M97 taking on M127. 127 in the Rocket lane. And 97 will take the win. 11.95 at 117 miles an hour, and no time recorded there for the Rocket lane, unfortunately. Next up, just waiting on the tree to clear, sorry. Our next pair away from the start line, we have FM81 in the airflow lane taking on M125 in the rocket. .12.15 with the 0, 115 miles an hour in the airflow lane to a 14.70 at 89 in the rocket. Next up, FM57 in the airflow lane, leaving with the red light, 144 early, taking on FM48 in the rocket lane. Strong pass for the rocket lane, 10.69 with a 7, 142 miles an hour. It's 225 odd kilometers an hour. Next up, FM55 in the airflow lane, taking on FM94. 94 with the better reaction time, but the airflow lane with the horsepower will get there first. 11.32, 120 miles an hour to a 12.07 with a 9. Next up, FM47. Taking on FM46. These two raced each other last time. Rocket lane out in front. And will take the win at 10.41 with the 2 at 150 miles an hour to an 11.70 at 132 in the airflow. Next up we have M73. Taking on M42. Not quite sure of the character that M42's got on the helmet. '73 will get there first. 11.18 with a 9, 127 miles an hour. To a 15.33 at 87 in the rocket. Next up, FM9 in the airflow lane. Taking on FM20 in the rocket. Oh, the rocket lane lifted the front end, it came back down, then lifted it again, but a 001 reaction time for the rider in the airflow lane. Unfortunately stopped just after that. I'm not sure if he stalled the bike or not, but a 001 reaction time. And FM 103 taking on FM 45 now. All right, that was FM21 in the airflow lane through the finish line with a 13.24, and FM25 in the rocket lane 21.24 seconds at 53 miles an hour. The next pair waiting in the water box for the Burnout. Don't forget that is one of our awards here tonight, to be voted by our spectators at the venue or those watching via the live stream on YouTube. Scan the QR code, put in the entrant number that I'm reading out, in this case FM110 in the airflow lane, and FM108 in the rocket. So you enter that racing number into which category you want to give your vote for. A little bit of dust or something down there on the start line. Just sweeping it to the side with a mop. Fantastic to see all of our bike competitors here tonight. Don't forget the size Harley-Davidson workshop has a tent set up at the end of the shade structure near the staging lanes there. I'm sure you can have a discussion with those guys and girls down there about any accessories or perhaps a new motorcycle. I'm sure they'd love to hear from you. Tonight also supported by Sydney Random Riders and Heavy Duty Magazine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just while I've got this break in racing, the Sydney Dragway just wants to pay tribute to one of our fallen friends. Adam Deves is the gentleman that we can see on the big screen. Paying tribute to an Illawarra local hero, Adam Deves, the driving force behind a local charity group of Bikers for Heroes. Bikers for Heroes is a group of local riders who raise money for the Illawarra I-98 convoy for kids. Adam was known as a Batman to many, but also known as dad, uncle, brother, and granddad, and also as a friend to those that were close to him. Adam was taken way too soon, and I'd just like to pay this tribute to Adam with a moment's silence. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, we're just running the fold mat up and down the rocket lane. There was obviously a little bit of debris dropped from one of our bikes. We will be back with you as soon as possible, but don't forget, take the opportunity to scan that QR code and nominate the bike that you want to see one of the 5 awards that we're giving away tonight. And that will conclude around 8:30 this evening. And of course, we will also be getting underway with our competition bike rounds here. In the not too distant future, we've seen a couple of our riders with the C prefix on their number. That means that they've nominated to take part in the elimination competition. 32 bikes, I believe, will be racing until we get a winner. And the winner takes home $300 and entry into the next event here at Sydney Dragway. So those races will have to hope that they've run a couple of runs close together so that they can nominate their handicap, because it will be a dial your own type format where the bike first across the finish line, but also slower than the dial in will take the win. And that's where your action times come into play as well, because if you're slow on the lights, you're going to give away more of a head start. And if you go red, that's instant loss. So there's a little bit more to play for those in our competition here tonight. Coming up here at Sydney Dragway, next week's Aeroflow Race for Real will feature drag racing and burnouts on the burnout pad. That is a Wednesday night, 13th of May, kicking off at 6 p.m, as we do every Wednesday night here at Sydney Dragway.
It's good to see the burnouts are back too.
I was just thinking that actually. It's been
a while.
It feels like it's been ages. We didn't have a Aeroflow Race for Real last Wednesday night due to it being a
theme night.
Theme night. We didn't do burnouts last week, just gone, because it was a theme night, and the week before was a test and tune for the Nitro Champs.
Yeah.
So it feels like it's been a little while since we've had burnouts on the burnout pad, and I'm sure all of our burnout competitors will definitely be keen to smash some rims. And
they've already pre-entered, mate. Surely you've pre-entered.
Oh, well, I'd like to hope so. If they haven't, that's the nudge in the ribs that they need.
Yeah.
All right. So of course we will have plenty of off-street drag racing as well next week, or as some would say, neck week.
Neck minute.
Neck minute. All right, so here we go. I can hear the bike starting up again. We have FM 110 down there in the airflow lane, taking on FM 108 in the rocket lane. The QR code that's up on the screen is what we need you to scan for the voting rights to pick your favorite bike for the number of awards that will show up on the screen. There's also a link if you're just watching on the YouTube channel. Click the link and that'll bring you through to a form that'll have 5 different categories on it. Put your favorite bike number in there. I'll do my best to read each bike's number as they come out to the start line. So FM 110 through the finish line with an 11.79 there, and FM 108 with a 13.42 in the Rocket. So definitely feel it's got dark quickly here at Sydney Dragway. C11 in the airflow lane, taking on FM 96 in the Rocket lane. Bit of a bunny hop on the start line for the Rocket lane there. Was winning all the way to probably the 1,000-foot mark there, I'd say, but an 11.005 will take the win, 146 miles an hour. Bike in the Aeroflow coming home very quickly. Next up, C13 takes on M51. C13 with the better reaction time. 3.22 on the tree. But the Rocket lane with the performance here. And a 10.42 with a 5. At 1.45 will take the win. For 12.08 at 112 miles an hour in the Aeroflow. C1 taking on C9 down there. 1 in the Aeroflow lane, out in front. And that is Jacob Jeffrey and Mark Tanswell. We have a Mark Tanswell that runs in modified. I wonder if he also races a motorcycle. Next up we have M53. Taking on C22. 01. Yes, and the Rocket lane away first. Shane Kirby is the rider in the Rocket lane. He'll take the win with a 9.74 at 157 miles an hour, so that's big speed. I think we've seen one other bike nudging the 160 mark. Next up, we will see Chris Dawson in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Joseph in the Rocket. Good side-by-side race there. Looked closer than that. Joseph took the win, an 11.39 with a 9, 116 miles an hour to a 12.26 with an 8. Next up we have Joshua McDonald in the Aeroflow lane, taking on FC10. C17, the number for Joshua. Only 9,000s in the start line. These two side by side. Joshua just in front of the finish line. 10.66 with the 3 at 143 miles an hour. To an 11.32 with a 1. Next up we have racer 6694 in the Aeroflow lane, taking on racer C28, which is Paul Hutchins down there in the Rocket lane. Hutchins goes red on the start line. Doesn't matter at this point, but when he's into racing, it might make a difference, of course. 977 with a 7 will take the win at 149 miles an hour to a 1008 with a 4. Next up, we'll have M49 in the aeroflow lane, taking on C3 in the rocket. C3 belongs to Wally Hoster, one of our regular racers here at Sydney Dragway. .115 light for Hoster in the rocket, the better of the two. Side by side across the finish line, 800ths is the margin. M49 will take it 970 at 152 to a 984 for Hoster in the rocket lane. Next up, we will see C27 in the aeroflow lane, taking on C22 in the rocket. .1092 with a 6 at 123 will take the win over an 11 flat in the rocket lane. C112 in the aeroflow lane, taking on C16. The aeroflow lane with a nice reaction time, 0.78 on the tree. So in this instance, that rider would have nearly 0.6 of a second up his sleeve at the finish line. 11.85 with a 3. 111 at the finish line to a 9.99 with a 4 at 1.44 for the rider in the rocket lane. Next pair out, we have C107. Nick Amoroso gets there with an 11.71, 114 miles an hour by 0.03 of a second to an 11.55 with an 8 for the rider in the rocket lane. Next up, we have M43 taking on C52. C52 is David Messina in the rocket lane. 12.43 with a 6 at 105 miles an hour. Got there comfortably. Next up, we have racer C5 in the aeroflow lane. Guy Hogben taking on racer N67 down there. Oh, M67 very crossed up onto the blue paint down there. Lucky to stay on it because there's not a lot of traction down there on the blue paint. I think I've got that on a replay. Let's just throw that up. Keeping your eye on the bike on the right of screen. See they're all crossed up. Next up, we have M79 down there in the aeroflow lane, taking on M65. And I think just sweeping a little bit debris off the start line there in the airflow lane. M79 down there in the aeroflow lane. Taking on M65 in the rocket lane. Rocket lane away nicely on the light. We'll get to the finish line first. 1070 at 122 miles an hour to a 1234 with a 109. M79 in the aeroflow lane. Next up we'll have M87 in the aeroflow. Taking on M77 in the rocket. Not too much in the reaction times between these two. The aeroflow is slightly better. And we'll take the win, 1182 with a 5 at 110 miles an hour. To a 12.12 with a 2 in the rocket. Next up we have M91 in the aeroflow lane. Taking on Andrew Amira. C14 in the rocket lane. Big wheel stand for Andrew. Did well to stay on that bike. Left for the 257 light as well. 11.19 with a 0. 119 miles an hour. Could be a candidate for our best leave here tonight. Let's throw that up on the big screen for the replay. Keep your eyes on the bike on the right-hand side. All in the same motion. Got the feet off the ground. Stayed balanced and got him on the pegs. 085 to an 089 on the tree for these two riders. M34 in the aeroflow lane to an M70 in the rocket. The aeroflow lane gets there first by 1.4 seconds. A 11.01 with a 2, 119 to a 12-second pass there for the rocket lane. Next up, we'll see M90 in the aeroflow lane. Taking on C78 in the rocket. C78 carrying the wheel nicely as well. And 11.04 with a 3 at 122 for the rocket lane to a 12.70 at 105. Broke the 60 foot there with the rear tyre. Next up we have C7 in the aeroflow lane. Taking on FM88. That is Robert Scott in the aeroflow lane. Taking the win, 11.42 with a 7. 118 miles an hour. Next up we'll have M99 taking on M33. Next pair, M121 taking on M89 in the rocket lane. 121, a little bit crossed up on the head of the throttle. Or should I say the twist of the throttle. 11.54 with a 119 miles an hour in the rocket. And 11.98 with a 1 at 117. For the aeroflow, I think that's the best burnout we've seen from both, from either competitor down there on the start line. So C8 or M116 is the numbers I think that I'd be putting in the voting form if it was up to me Either of those two competitors have certainly laid some rubber down. There's a smoke screen drifting across my window right now. C8 in the aeroflow lane and M116. 015 on the tree for M116. That is Corey Ross in the aeroflow lane. Corey will take the win here. 11.33 with a 0 at 115 miles an hour to an 11.70 at 115 in the Rocket. Our next pair, M130 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M129 in the Rocket. Another big wheel stand for our Rocket lane. $11.96 on the boards for the aeroflow lane and $11.56 for the Rocket. Other strong burnout down there from those two competitors. Not a lot of smoke out of the one in the Rocket, but certainly was trying. M118 in the aeroflow lane and M120. 0.49 on the tree for the aeroflow lane. 3.47 for the Rocket. Only a 10th across the finish line. The Rocket lane will take the win. 11.41 with a 9 at 118 miles an hour. Just got a replay of a run a couple of runs ago. Rocket lane lifting that front end. Started to come back down and then went back up. M134 in the aeroflow lane taking on FM122 in the Rocket. The aeroflow lane with a 365 light, the better of the two here. I think he has a little bit more performance as well. A 1265 with a 1 at 111 miles an hour, and a 1286 with a 7 at 106 in the Rocket. Next up, M135 down there in the aeroflow lane, taking on M56. M56 with the better light, gets to the finish line first. 10.67 with a 2 at 143 miles an hour to a 10.62 with a 5. Also a good speed. Next up we have Ryan Franks taking on Bianca Azzopardi. Franks on board his extreme bike Hayabusa. .076 on the tree. Bianca with a 605. Franks on a well-sorted machine here. 886 with a 4 at 148 miles an hour. Backs up the 888 with a 2 that he ran earlier. And I think some issues there for Bianca. Not running full throttle once again. Went into the 10s earlier tonight. Next up, we'll see Cheryl Beddoes. The number C8021, taking on Joe Curry down there. With the number 3021. Curry racing for Twin Tune Performance Center, VP Race Fuels, and Joe Curry Motorcycle Transport. Bedo's in the airflow lane, racing for Joe Curry Motorcycle Transport. Bedo's out of that start line and gone. Went 0-1-4 on the tree. Joe chasing her down in the rocket lane. Will get there first. 8.54 with a 4. 159 miles an hour. And an 8.31, I think, was the time for Cheryl in the airflow lane. Next up, M119 in the airflow lane, taking on M74. All right, M119 and M74 there. 10.97 with an 8 in the rocket lane. Next up, M60 in the airflow lane, taking on M106 in the rocket. Rocket lane out in front at the moment. Will take the win here. 10.89 with a 1. 147 miles an hour. To an 11.92 with an 8 in the airflow lane. All right, so racer M75 in the airflow lane, taking on M64 in the rocket. Right of screen for those watching at home. A better light going to the rider in the airflow lane, with the 124 light. Sounded like one of those races just tagging the limiter on one of the shifts. A 13.84. At 108 miles an hour in the airflow lane to take the win over a 14.12 in the rocket. Our next pair, racer C18 in the airflow lane, takes on M92 in the rocket. There's Lisa Jamal in the airflow lane. Gets there with a 10.80 at 143, but a 9.91 with a 9. 151 miles an hour in the rocket lane to take the win. Our next pair, M101 in the airflow lane, taking on M98. Both riders taking off gently from the start line. Still rocket lane sub 1.8 seconds in the 60. Letting the bike work at the top end. 10.98 with a 5. 126 miles an hour. To an 11.59 with a 5 at 131 in the airflow. Next up we see a racer M128 in the airflow lane, taking on M37 in the rocket. Nice light for the racer in the airflow lane. But the rocket will get there first at 11.10, 126 miles an hour to a 14.91 with a 5 at 83 in the airflow lane. Next up, racer M86. Taking on M137 in the rocket. And a 10.70, 133 miles an hour in the airflow lane. Racer C15 in the aeroflow lane. Lachlan Jeffries. I think that's that turbo machine that I can hear on the track mics closing at a big rate of knots, but unfortunately left before the tree was activated, hence the red light, and why we don't see any time up on the scoreboards here at Sydney Dragway. You can leave early on a red, but the tree still needs to activate. Our next pair, FM76 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M82. The aeroflow lane away from the start line with a 3:62 light, but they're locked together at the finish line. Oh, Rocket Lane got there first, an 11:43 with an 8, 132 miles an hour to an 11:81. 131 in the aeroflow. Looked a little bit closer than that from up here, but there was a difference in the reaction time as well. 077 on the tree for the Rocket Lane. That's M80. Taking on M95 in the aeroflow. 1074, 135 miles an hour. Beats up on an a 1085 with a 4 in the aeroflow lane. Our next pair rolling on very quickly here at Sydney Dragway. M113 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M54 in the Rocket. .142 red on the tree for the aeroflow, but an 089 green for the Rocket Lane. 1054 with a 2 gets there first at 141 miles an hour, over an 1124 with a 6. Next up we have racer 8292 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M93 in the Rocket. All right, joining me up in the commentary box, and Mister, welcome, mate.
Oh man, fantastic! I just came by out in the pre-start there. I cannot get over the number of bikes that we've got here tonight. Considering the slightly onset of cooler weather, there's a lot of two-wheeled enthusiasts here, ready to have a great run down the quarter mile. And the track, from what I've seen, it appears really well set up. We haven't seen any issues, and quite good times. That colder air going to give him a bit more horsepower.
Yeah, definitely. The cooler air would certainly be helping with the performance. But you'll notice as we read the numbers out, Mr. M12 in the aeroflow lane and M111 in the Rocket. There's a lot of first-timers here tonight, and that prefix to the M will be an F.
Gotcha.
So that means they haven't raced here at Sydney Dragway before. There is a heap here, which is so good to see. And we just hope that you have a good time and that you want to come back and test your skills once again against
this is great. I mean, look at this. Look at the lounge chair. I think he's
Yes.
gone through the stage. He's on his two-wheel lounge chair there. Massive bike.
That would have all the creature comforts. He wouldn't be too worried about the cooler air because he'd have heated,
No, he's got the fairing, heated handlebars,
heated handlebars for
seat,
sure.
everything, mate.
Yep.
Stereo, he'll be listening to his famous tunes while he's rocking down. They're probably putting a bit of Taylor Swift on.
maybe not. So M123 in the airflow lane.
MO5 in the rocket. Oh, look at him. He's sideways.
Yeah.
He's giving it to it. He handled that beautifully. A little bit of an issue there because the older the bikes, they've got the smaller tyre on them, so they don't have the big fat tyres. So he would have been struggling to get grip there. M85 and the Rocket Lane M44 pre-stage in airflow. And both stage ready to go. And the lights are on. Very similar launch. Rocket Lane's definitely got away harder there. He's coming in. Lovely. 11.59 against a losing 14.15. It's quite daunting still for the first time. Anytime it's your first time down that quarter mile, it feels like that end of that runway is coming up real quick.
Yeah, I'd say on a bike too that the launch would be tricky as well, like working out where you can actually hold your throttle, how quick you let go of the clutch, all that sort of stuff, because obviously if you go too fast, you're just going to lift that front end.
Oh, absolutely. And you've also, once you've crossed that finish line, you've got the scary end of it down the other end, which is the wind and the noise and all the sensory overload from the first time. Some of these people, probably the first time they've gone that speed.
Yes.
And then you've got to pull it up safely. So it's a very big learning curve for a lot of people. But it's fantastic that we've got this arena that they can do this safely, get their skills up and have a bit of fun with their friends.
Exactly right, mister. And we have M124 in the Rocket Lane will take the win here. 11.49 with a 5 at 123 miles an hour. And that was M127 in the airflow lane.
And we got a cool, I think the coolest, grooviest helmet I've seen so far is in the airflow lane at the moment. Furry helmet.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what character it is. We normally get a couple of them at the bike nights, but seems to be the only one here tonight.
Don't know what that one is. Oh, a little bit too early there, son.
Yeah, M42 in the airflow lane leaves with a 244, and M63 in the Rocket with an 079 red.
A little bit too early.
Not too much across the finish line either, Mr. 14.45 with a 2 at 90 miles an hour for M63.
Very similar miles per hour, that's for sure.
Our next pair rolling up to the start line, we have M115 in the airflow lane.
And you got 114 in the Rocket Lane.
Yes.
Both away. Very similar starts. Only a second and a bit in between them. Here we go. Airflow's definitely got the lead here. You can see a lot of the new first-timers coming in and bypassing the burnouts. And then you've got the people who have done it before wanting to get that heat in the tyre so they can give it a bit more on the takeoff.
Most of the people that are keen on the burnouts are Harley riders. I'm just saying.
That's because we like to show off.
As an observation.
We like to show off. That's the thing.
Absolutely nothing in the start line here.
Look at this. Airflow's got the lead.
Yeah, only 4 thousandths in the start line, but the airflow
he's driven away from him
extending it. Yep, 11.17 with an 8, 125 mile an hour for M84, and M59 there, Mister, a 12.11, I think it was.
112 miles an hour. We got a bus on the right-hand lane in the Rocket Lane. I didn't see what came into the airflow lane. But you'll see this bus in the mid-range and top end just shoot off like a rocket. The Suzuki Hayabusa has got phenomenal mid-range and top-end power.
Yep, that's Paul Hutchins down there crossing the finish line.
Yeah,
with
10.79. Look at the mile per hour, 31 mile per hour against a losing 89 miles an hour. I think he got a bad draw there, unfortunately.
Well, a lot of our bikes are just doing runs at the moment, except for those that are doing the competition. They're trying to set their bike up and get consistency because that's going to help them when they're picking a dial in. A little bit later on when they get into the knockout competition. We're not too far away from getting into that.
Oh, Oh, Aeroflow's driven around him there. Yeah, he left the line late, but he's driven around him.
11.71 with a 3 will take the win. And 123 miles an hour to a 13.03 at 102 in the Rocket.
FM 57, FM 45 in the Rocket. And they're away. A little bit slow getting away from the lights. But it's very hard the first couple of times that you launch, learning where the clutch takes up, how much to give it, what RPM, do you want to spin the tyre, do you want to bog it down? You know, it's a hard thing for a lot of people to pick up the first few times.
I've never ridden a bike myself, but I mean, certainly position over the tank is certainly an important one.
Oh, you want the weight over the front end
how far
for
you're
sure.
going to sit forward as well and try.
Unless you're a big fatty like me, you can just sit on it anywhere, that's fine. He spun the wheels up at the start there, but he's come back and he's driven around him. And the Aeroflow lane will take the win. 11.90 at a 12.1. I'm a bit different. I like to just have a cold tyre and just drop it and just bag it up the road. I may not win, but it's a lot more fun for the spectators.
Do a high speed, like
big
drift, if you like.
Yeah, big rolly burnout.
So FM 46 down there in the Aeroflow lane, taking on FM 48 in the Rocket.
Got a few of the big twins now starting to come through.
Yeah, I can hear them on the track mics, that big lumpy.
You can hear the rumbling of them.
We had one racing here on Wednesday night. It was 131 cubes.
Oh, nice. Big merch or something like that. Jeez, that Aeroflow lane's going great.
Yeah, right on the centre line though. A 10.55 with a 0, 147.
Oh, look how close. A 10.55 to a 10.66 with a 7.
Yeah, wow. That just shows the difference in the reaction times, I think, was showing that margin there.
Oh, absolutely.
And in terms of ET, because the reaction time doesn't affect your ET at the finish line, but you could see graphically the difference in reaction time.
Oh, he saved that. Well done. And I guess that's a bit of the problem with trying to launch a Harley without warming up the tyre.
Yeah.
Because they don't have that big, fat, wide tyre. A lot of the older ones, a lot of weight, skinny tyre. Definitely want to give them a bit of a warm-up first, just a little bit.
Yeah, we've seen a couple run over that blue paint down there on the start line. I've actually got a replay, hopefully, of that bike left of screen. See there, the tree counting down, it leaves the start line and just wants to turn nearly on itself.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, left to right,
well.
left to right.
Doing well to keep the thing back in the middle of the racetrack.
Harley by far got the better start there, but the road bike just drove around him, that top end and mid-range power. It's the power to weight ratio of a lot of the Japanese bikes. It's just, you can't beat them, mate. They're just phenomenal.
And I mean, the where the power comes on is completely different. You know, where your Harley Davidson's at the end of its rev range, the Japanese bike's just getting started.
Just starting to warm up.
Yeah. So FM 108 in the Aeroflow lane, taking on M73 in the Rocket. M73 will take the win with an 11.00 at 127 miles an hour to a 12.43 there at 115 in the Aeroflow lane.
M112 and F103. You just want to touch that stage light.
Yep.
Any too deep into it and you're running the risk of red lighting. Oh, he saved that in the Aeroflow lane. Bit of a hop, skip and a jump start there.
I saw the body moving around a little bit as he got the feet up on the pegs.
Oh, he held it though.
Yeah,
he was on a bit of a bronc and bull there for a minute.
Yeah, 12.25 with a 9, 109 miles an hour to a 13.29 with a 2.
94 miles an hour.
I know tonight's all about going as quick as you can, but that's exactly right. You're racing yourself. If you haven't done this sort of stuff before, just work up to it. You don't have to come out there and rotate the earth on the first pass.
There's no Australian titles up for grabs tonight.
No.
This is a learning curve, and this is going to improve not just your drag strip riding, but all over riding.
Yes.
Learning how to, where the bike accelerates, the power, starting and stopping. you know, learning to come into a halt from a big top end.
Because let's face it, you're not going to do that on the road.
No, none of these people do it on the road.
No.
They're everyone. That's why they're here. They drive sensibly on the road and they let themselves have a bit of fun on the racetrack.
All right, so that's C13 in the aeroflow lane, Mister, taking on M96. C13 ridden by Jason Kirby. He'll be taking part in our competition a little bit later on tonight.
Is close, but I think the Rocket's going to tip him here. Yeah, Rocket's got him in the end there.
Yeah, started to pull away around 1,000, just before the 1,000-foot mark there. 11.87 with a 0 at 115 miles an hour.
I don't know, I got a feeling about the bike in the airflow lane. I don't know what it is. Maybe watch the bike in the airflow lane.
Feel it in your waters, eh?
I don't know.
It's
every time I've said that, something's happened.
It's called commentator's curse. That's what it's called. Yeah. C2201, ridden by Shane Kirby. Taking
he got a nice light.
He did. Sub 2 seconds to the 60 as well.
He's going good. What do you do? 670. Runs a 996 at 152 mile an hour. That's fantastic against the losing 1032 at 148 mile an hour. Very close in the top ends.
It's big
Very
speed
close
for a road bike, isn't it?
Oh, mate. And they just keep accelerating.
Yes.
That won't slow down until they're in the, 200 mile an hour zone.
So just to give you an idea, 150 mile an hour in kilometres, 240 kilometres an hour.
Yep. Over a quarter of a mile.
Yes.
That's pretty quick.
It's pretty stout on a road bike. No wheelie bars, no nothing.
Oh, that rocket lane's just driven around him and left him for dead. Fantastic light in the airflow lane, though.
It was.
061. But he just couldn't match it to the power of the rocket lane.
Yeah, so the airflow lane there was C9, which is Mark Tanswell. Our next pair, M53 in the airflow lane, taking on a racer C11 in the rocket. C11 ridden by Demetrius Manadakis. That's what I'm going to go with. I'm sorry if I've got that wrong, Demetrius.
I don't think he heard you, mate.
No, but his friends might. 10:44 with an 8, 149 miles an hour in the aeroflow lane. Next up we have C6 in the aeroflow lane, taking on C26 in the rocket.
A bagger in the rocket lane. I think we'll see him all squirrely from the lights as well. Yeah,
Yes.
bagging it up. Get the power to the ground, son. He might drive around him in that rocket lane, I reckon, once he gets the power down. It's coming close to it.
He is. Right on. Yeah,
Oh, he's driven around him. What a race.
You rode that with him.
11.73 against a 12.34. Only 4 mile an hour difference in the end. That was a great race.
Yeah, good job for Joseph there in the rocket lane. Didn't give up.
No, he held that power on. He pedalled it. Well, wristed it.
We could see his shoulders moving there as he tried to keep it in the direction, pointed the direction that he was going. FC10 in the aeroflow lane, taking on C17 in the rocket. C17 ridden by Joshua McDonald. Nice pass there for Joshua. 10.69 with a 142 miles an hour to a 12.19 at 110 in the airflow.
Oh, we got C3 and C16. These are competitors.
So C3 is Wally Hoster, one of our regulars, races
C16
in modified bike as well. And C16 we have Mehmet Anut.
Oh, let's see. This could be a close race. Oh, Airflow's definitely got the lights. An 050. What a great light.
Yeah, Wally.
He's coming close. Rocket is coming. Not quite enough. Very close. 964 against the 977. Look at the miles per hour.
Yeah, both of them.
Very, very close.
Doing well into the 9s for both competitors.
Oh, hop, skip and a jump there for the Harley. He's still got him. He's still got him. I think you'll find he'll lose at about 3/4 track. He has. He hasn't got the top end that the street bike has.
The C22 at the Rocket Lane carried some 18 mile an hour more there across the finish line. Next up, C107 takes on racer C24.
Harley's definitely got the lead there. I think he's got a good enough lead that he might hold on to this. The sports bike is coming. It's almost, oh, he just gets there. 11.59 against 11.70, so close.
Yeah, that's Nick Amoroso in the airflow lane there. M132 takes on racer 6694 in the Rocket.
Oh, a little bit slow on the takeoff there, unfortunately. Thanks, he lost the race there on the start line, unfortunately. Got a two-stroke there.
11.62 with a 4, 131 miles an hour. Gets beaten by 10.44, I think it was, in the Rocket Lane. I think that's our lone two-stroke that I've seen so far tonight.
That's the only one I've seen, so I cannot tell what it is from behind, whether it's an RZ or...
It's racer M139. I tell you what, it's got the tiniest of tyres on the back of it.
Yeah. Really?
Taking on racer M49 in the Rocket.
Oh, he held it though.
Well, I guess that's the thing. We can certainly see when he's on the throttle, can't you?
Absolutely. I don't think he's got much hope against that bus, unfortunately.
No, it's a few generations between. A 980 with a 151 miles an hour. So again, 240 kilometres an hour plus in the Rocket Lane.
In such a short space of time.
Next up, racer C52 in the airflow lane.
C18 in your Rocket. I think Harley will get the light, but lose at mid-track.
So that's Lisa Jamal in the
He
Rocket
100%
lane.
got the light. And he's lost it before mid-track, unfortunately. Valiant effort there. Heaps quicker at the 60-foot, but just can't compete against 140 mile an hour against 100 miles an hour.
And the airflow lane there was David Masika.
M65, airflow, C1, competitor number 1.
Yeah, Jacob Jeffrey down there in the Rocket lane.
Oh, the Harley's got a great takeoff. He's got some balls in that Harley. That's got a big torquey motor in it. It hasn't slowed down at all. 6.9 at the 8th mile. Runs a 10.93 at 120 mile an hour. I'm telling you now, that's fast for a Harley.
That's very quick. It pulled all the way down.
That's got a big motor in it, I'm saying.
Didn't seem to flatten off like many of the others do. C5 taking on FM133 in the Rocket lane.
FM133 just needs to come into stage a bit more, son. Come back into stage, but further forward a little bit more, mate. There we go. Gently touch your stage. Hold it there. And away.
Nice light there from Guy Hogburn.
The road bike has driven around him, unfortunately.
10.47 with a 0, 137 miles an hour in the Rocket lane to take the win over a 12.40 at 105 in the airflow. Next pair, M87 in the airflow takes on FM131 in the Rocket. You've been riding your Harley much? I think last we commentated together, you just finished.
Yes, I have.
One together.
Yes, I picked up another one too.
Okay.
This is 3 now.
Yes.
I had 4, but I had to sell it. The wife said no.
That's fair that you're able to keep the 3, I guess, and pick and choose which one you want to ride.
I'm renovating a house at the moment, so unfortunately one of them have to go help with renovations.
That's fair. Well, the opportunity might come back.
I have to adult again.
Yes.
I hate adulting.
A necessary evil, unfortunately, at times.
It is. Like work. Have to work to pay the bills.
M91 in the airflow lane is going to take the win here. 12.06 with a 7 at 110 miles an hour.
No, he's got some warmth into that tyre. He's come right over close to the centre line, though.
I've noticed a lot of our bikes lining up off centre.
Yeah, I'd
racetrack.
be pushing him back and coming to that centre line because it's very easy for you to go over there. He's got a nice, he's kept it straight, but he is close to that centre line. He's definitely ahead, though. Yeah. 082, pretty good light for him. 11.10 at 119 against 11.6 at 114.
All right, we have C78 down there in the aeroflow lane. It sounded pretty snappy in the Burnout.
Yeah. Oh, big wheelie, big wheel stand, and he killed it. What a ride. And he's still ahead. He's given it everything. What's he going to do on the quarter? He runs 11.17 at 128 miles an hour after wheel stand in the first 60 foot. What a great bit of riding that was.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I think I've got that on replay, mister. If we check out the big screen, a bike left of screen. There we go.
He's up. He held it. He's put it down and kept the pedal on. He's great.
That was almost as big as some of the people you see riding their road trail bikes on the roads these days. Did well to balance it and keep the throttle open. 030 on the tree for rider M61 in the aeroflow lane. Is going to take the win here. 12.86 with a 1 at 99 miles an hour and a 13.0 at 110 in the rocket lane.
Fantastic. Massive lineup of bikes out the back still waiting to come through.
Our next pair rolling up to the start line. We have M33 in the aeroflow lane.
It sounds pretty beefy. I think he's going to have trouble getting the power to the ground. He's got a skinny little back tyre on it. Yeah, oh, look at him. He's squirreling left to right like he's on a dirt bike, trying to keep it straight.
Taking on C14 in the rocket lane.
C14 has driven away to run 11.31 against the 13.0.
As Andrew O'Meara in the rocket lane. Next up, we have M99 taking on M70 in the rocket. 116 on the tree for the rocket lane, the better of the two. Is it just me, or are these races getting more and more aggressive on the start line? I feel
100%. I think this, for a lot of them, might be the second time round for them, maybe.
Oh,
so they're getting a little bit more confident.
Yep. 12.18 with a 6 at 106 in the rocket lane.
I just remember with the big heavy bikes like the Harleys, the chances of flipping them is a lot less. Not saying they won't wheel stand. Clearly, we just saw they will, but a lot less chance of it. The weight over the front wheel is much heavier, more likely to spin the tyre than to lift the front wheel.
Yeah.
So a little bit, you can give that a little bit more on the takeoff.
Would you say because they haven't got the RPM necessarily on the hit of the throttle that they're probably a little bit slower to get moving because of the weight as well?
But the torque.
Yes.
They got monstrous torque.
Yes.
And that's the thing, you know, that it's a trade-off.
Yep.
So a lot of them have got, horsepower, but it's again the sheer weight. You might have 140, 160 horsepower in one of these Harleys, the top end of the big motors, but you still got a bike that weighs 250 kilograms.
Yes.
As opposed to a road bike where you got 200 to 240 horsepower, and it's weighing 180 kilos.
Yeah, so the power to weight.
The power to weight ratio is just, that's why, Jap bikes are just so blisteringly fast. But the Harleys, and again, if you put the huge big back wheel on them and you get that tyre nice and hot, yeah, you're going to get the launch, but you also then run the risk with these bikes of breaking gearboxes or doing belts, breaking drive belts. So there's a trade-off between the two of them that you want to still ride the bike home tonight.
Very much so. I guess it's no different to any other form of drag racing, is it? We constantly find the weak link in your vehicle.
Yeah. We used to say you grind it down till it breaks, then you weld it back up a bit.
Yes.
So, look, these bikes, 90% of these competitors have to ride home tonight.
Yes.
So they're not going to give it 10 tenths and the risk that they're going to damage their daily or their pride and joy. So that's why I'm saying a lot of these Harley riders will probably come out and err on the side of caution, more with a colder tyre than a hotter tyre.
Yep.
Let it spin a little bit.
Yep.
It's a big, heavy bike. It's not going to go too crazy. And then get the power down and get away.
Yeah, at least that way you're not dead hooking all the drive line. It looks like we're just checking out the aeroflow lane down there, mister. I can see a flashing light
Yeah, or
and
maybe.
the quad coming back.
You never know. There might be a drop of oil or a bit of water out of a radiator or something's fallen off a bike. Have we had any Indians or Triumphs go down the quarter mile recently? There might be oil on the track.
I'm not sure, Mister. There could well have been one just then, perhaps. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's great. So they found what they were looking for, picked it up. So the racetrack is safe and we'll be back into action.
It's always better to pick up small bits of debris than clean that.
Oh, you don't.
That slippery stuff.
Oh God, you don't want even the smallest, tiniest little nut. At, you know.
No, but I'm saying from a clean-up point of view, it's easier to pick up a piece of something than
than cleaning oil spill or water spill or something.
That's where I was going with that.
And they're away.
So M121 in the Aeroflow lane leaves first with
the rocket.
2.8.
Oh, Aeroflow's going to drive round him, is he? It's neck and neck. He's got to get him. Oh, Aeroflow just drove around him. A 12-0 against a 12-1 losing.
Yeah, it was about 3/10 across the finish line there. The Aeroflow lane taking the win.
The mile per hour in the top end is what got him that win then.
M118 in the Aeroflow lane taking on M120 in the Rocket.
Here we go. I can hear a V-rod. One of those had to be a V-rod by the sounds of it. Probably the Aeroflow lane.
It's like the Aeroflow lane.
Big twin on the Rocket lane is going to drive around him. Oh, no, close.
Didn't get there. It was about a 10th across the finish line there, but between those two. 11.
So he got it on the starting line because he was slower on the quarter.
Yeah, he picked up around 4/10, I think it was, on the start line.
Which is just what he needed to get across that line quicker.
Yep, we saw one race earlier tonight was, I think, 7 or 8 thousandths of a second. And we'd been here for about 20 minutes. All right, FM122 taking on FM88 in the Rocket lane.
Not the best lights for either of them, but it's a close race. Rocket may just have the lead, but I think Aeroflow is going to drive around him.
We're still in front of the 1,000.
He has.
He's held onto it.
Oh, no, he did it.
That margin's halving every time. We're 700ths across the finish line.
Wow. The mile per hour was nothing in it. I think that's the first burnout, real burnout that we've seen tonight. C8, I'll give you props on your burnout, son.
So if you like what you've just seen, scan the QR code or click on the link that's on the live stream.
Oh, another wheelie. He held it and down. He kept it controlled. Can he come back to win the race after the wheel stand? I don't think he can get there. Nah, the Aeroflow lane takes it 11.54 against 11.72. So close.
I tell you what, he kept him honest though. There was only 2/10 across the finish line. I have got that.
Look at this, feet up, burnout.
Yeah.
Keep it going.
It's M116, mister. He's nearly dropped it at the end.
His ego just got a little bit over the board there. Well done, nice control.
Nice. That's got my vote. What do the people up in the crowd think?
Here we go.
It's very still outside. The smoke slowly drifting away from the start line.
A little bit too early, son.
Not by a lot, 0.76. It's M116 in the Rocket lane, taking on C26 in the Aeroflow. Not much across the finish line either, under 200s. C26 will take the win, Mr. 11.
Well, both at 116 mile an hour. One with a .66, one with a .29.
That was a good
very close race.
Such a buzz, I'd reckon, when you got your competitor right there and you're like, oh, did I win? Did I win?
No, you red lighted.
Yeah, well, that's true. It's certainly
similar in the lights. Was that a bagger on the left there?
I think it was in the Aeroflow lane.
Oh, look how close that was. 11.59 against 11.56. Yeah. Fantastic racing tonight.
Only 600s between those two. M135 down there.
We've got this is a lady on the night rod there by the sounds of it.
Yeah, Cheryl Beddoes.
Fantastic.
Racer 8021. Sorry, C8021.
So she's, am I correct that she's running 8:38, 8:39?
That's the record for V Comp
What's she
bike.
run?
No, that's the record for V Comp bike. So she
Oh,
runs
okay.
in Group 2.
Okay.
Not normally at a race meeting or a modified bike. All right, so
12:22.
at 118 mile an hour for Cheryl in the Rocket Lane, and a 1064 with a 4 at 141 miles an hour for racer M135 in the Aeroflow.
I think we got, oh, big wheelie there from the Night Rod. He's kept in it. He hasn't backed off one little bit.
So M134 in the Aeroflow lane. M89 will take the win though, Mr. 1086 with a 6, 126 miles an hour to a 1283 with a 2 at 111 in the Aeroflow.
I've got a feeling that Airflow might just win this one.
Yeah, he's certainly a very accomplished rider. That is Ryan Franks down there on the start line for GSF Engineering on board the Hayabusa, taking on entrant C6, which is Chris Dawson.
Oh, unfortunately, Ryan's red lighted.
He's been
Such a shame.
He's been
54 under.
He's been right on those O lights all night so far. Goes 885 with a 2, 149 miles an hour. And Dawson in the Rocket Lane, an 1178 with a 2 at 116.
Not sure why it gave him the win if he red lighted.
Because there's only time trial, so that'd be a different story if we were in competition. The win light would be flashing on the other lane almost instantly. M74 in the Aeroflow lane, taking on racer C27.
C27 should catch him and beat him, but he had such a slow light.
It's Ethan Tutton. A 1092 with a 6, 122 miles an hour to an 1143 with a 2 in the Aeroflow. All right, racer M60 in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Angela Phipps Hunt with the race number 3106.
She's on the Jigsaw Thou.
Regular racer here at Sydney Dragway, IHRA official and Sydney Dragway track official is Angela.
Let's see if she gets a good light. She's just creeping into stage. Doesn't want to be too deep. No, bit of problem there at the start. I don't think she got the best light.
No, she had some dramas last weekend with the clutch at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. Found the issue during the week, but perhaps it's reoccurring for her.
It almost looked like she was in second gear then from the burnout.
1178 with a 9 at 115 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane to take the win.
M92 against M106.
Oh, nice light for
Right
M92. 050 on the tree. 50,000 so after that white light came on. That bike was gone from the start line. And
991, 151.
Backs up the, that's the quickest run of the night. Backs up the 991 with a 9. So nice and consistent.
Good stuff.
M101 down there in the Aeroflow lane. Takes on M56 in the Rocket.
Well, we all know that drag racing, consistency is the key.
Yes, I don't care what anyone says. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter whether you're running 9 seconds or whether you're running top bike. It's still a consistency thing.
100%.
To get your baseline and work from there. 1071 with a 9, 143 miles an hour will take the win in the Rocket lane for M56.
How many times have you seen it that someone's come second and third at every race meeting and won the championship?
Yes. Yeah.
That's the trick, is to get there and run consistent times every week. Ready to go? Oh, a little too soon. Very close to it, but
yeah,
0.15 under. I think your Rocket lane's going to catch him. Oh, no, maybe not.
No, I don't think so.
He held it.
Yeah, M86 there with a 1056, 134 miles an hour. over M119 with an 11.04 in the rocket.
Someone down on the track down there, is it? Or
We've got someone on the start line. It's all right. Start line's
ready to go racing.
ready to go. Racer M104 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M64 in the rocket. Looking at past performances, the aeroflow lane should take this one fairly comfortably.
Oh, don't jinx him.
Was around a second between their best ETs so far tonight.
Ah, okay. Second's very easy to make that mistake in drag racing. Come on, creep it in a bit.
All right, so, oh, it's a little bit too
He's
slow.
too far in, unfortunately.
It's too slow. The tree was activated. He's got, I think, 7 seconds to get in. The other racer was already in full stage. And a 12.63 with a 7, 121 miles an hour for the rocket lane to take the win.
M's 104 against M64 in this matchup.
That was the previous run. That was the tree's got to reset because there was no time recorded in the airflow. So this is.
I was just checking, making sure you were picked up on it there.
All
Always
good.
want to keep you on your toes.
All
mate.
good, all good. So this is the current.
Little
pair.
under. Oh, airflow's driven around him, so it didn't matter. He left early and still lost. 10.20 against the 10.97.
Yeah, both bikes 149 miles an hour in the airflow
Big
lane.
top end.
Yeah. All right, FM76 taking on M75 in the rocket lane. Rider in the rocket lane into pre-stage, now full stage, bringing the second white light on. Nice light for the rocket lane, 152. Tell you what though, the aeroflow lane's going to say, I'll see you at the finish line.
Yeah, something happened. Did you notice that flash of brake light?
There was a flash at the end. I don't know with a lot of these motorcycles if there's a safety or some, you know, there'd be traction control and all sorts of things on these machines nowadays.
If it was his first time down, you know, it's a lot to process.
Yes.
To get everything right the first couple of times.
I did see the flash though.
Could have been a touch of nerves or... Well, not very good light for either of them. But a relatively close race. 11.16 against the losing 11.82. 136 mile an hour against 118 mile an hour. That big mile an hour takes the win. The horsepower in the top end is what gets them away there. Great tree, the rocket lane. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the horsepower to match it with the aeroflow lane. Very close. 10.47 against a 10.90.
Can I have all of our competitors that are taking part in the eliminations to meet in lane 8 for a very brief meeting with how the, I assume how the competition will be run this evening. So all of our competitors taking place in the eliminations, could you please meet the official down there at lane 8? I think they're just at the head of the lanes now. I can see them on the big screen. Just have a listen out to what is said. I can see the wheelie bin at the head of the start lanes. All of our competitors taking part in the competition tonight. Just going to have a brief discussion on how that will be run. Thank you. Racer C15 on the start line, 007.
So close.
So Lachlan Jeffries, a turboed machine. I could hear the turbo spool up on the leave. A 999 with a 5, 152 miles an hour. And a 1047 with a 9 at 153.
Very close mile per hour.
Next up we have C28 taking on M126. Paul Hutchins is the racer down there in the aeroflow lane.
We're staged and ready for a launch. 070 against the 289, and that's given him the jump that he's needed for the track.
Yeah, so there's 2 tenths.
Very similar mid-track. But that jump on the start was what he needed to get that win there.
It just allows you to build, you get the launch right, and it just allows you to build everything as you go down the
100%.
racetrack.
And you follow everything on with the right gear changes and everything, it just follows on.
Racer 8.2 and 9.2 down there in the aeroflow lane, taking on racer C18, which is
030 against the 380.
Lisa Jamal in the rocket lane.
That's fantastic light.
Yeah, 030 went 199 to the 60 and a 1068 across the finish line.
And I actually pretty sure I saw the brake light come on before she went across the line.
You reckon just a little bit fractionally early? I
Still
did see
a bit less to go.
Did
a
see
bit left in it.
Did see a flash of the tail light around half track there too. M95 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M69 in the rocket.
129 against a 430. But he's had a couple of wheelies there in the airflow lane, had to keep it down, so he lost a bit of time there, but it's still enough to carry it through for the win. 11.29 against the loser in 11.24. So your rocket lane was actually quicker, but because he left the lights later, he lost the race.
Couldn't make up the gap.
Exactly right.
Next up we'll have M117 leaving the start line with a 273 light against M109. Leaving with a 315, but I think the aeroflow lane has the performance.
He's got the lead. Again, 145 mile an hour. There's some big top ends we're starting to see on a lot of these street bikes.
All right, racer M120 taking on M128 in the rocket lane.
347 and 046, but the slower bike in the rocket lane. I apologise, the slower bike's in both lanes. 14.0 against the losing 15.7. I keep forgetting that we've got all sizes and of bikes here.
Yeah, someone out on a 300 is not going to keep up with a 1,000 or a Hayabusa, that's for sure. Unless there's something incredible going on there. What do we got? Racer M100 and M111. M100 through the finish line with an 11.13 at 120 mile an hour and a 14.14 at 94 in the rocket lane. Don't forget to scan that QR code, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching at home on the stream, or use the link in the stream. If you're at the racetrack down there in the crowd, scan the QR code. Nominate your favourite bikes for the categories that we're handing awards out for.
Oh, this is neck and neck. Look at this. I can't even pick it. Maybe airflow. Rocket. 11.85, 11.55. Mile per hour should be almost identical.
There's only a 1/10 of a second across the finish line there, mister.
Less than a mile an hour in it.
Next up, M85 taking on FM36 in the rocket lane.
Rocket's got this all day long.
Around 2/10. Jump on the start line for the rocket lane is going to build that to the win light. A 13.36 at 98 miles an hour. Over a 14.0 at 100 in the aeroflow lane. M124 taking on M68 down there. Not a bad burnout from M124. Is that the burnout of choice?
Oh, aeroflow's driven away.
Yeah, he was a little bit off the start line, but the horsepower got him through. 11.57 with a 6 at 123. Over a 13.95 at 96. Our next pair, M63 in the aeroflow lane.
Against M127 in the rocket. Very gently does it in the rocket lane. But I think you'll find he's going to have big top end and just walk away. $11.87 against a 14.43.
Yeah, some 30 mile an hour difference there, mister. You picked that pretty quickly.
That's what horsepower's going to do.
Yep. M125 taking on M59 now. 125 away from the start line nicely in the aeroflow lane. But I think the rocket lane has the performance. And we'll take the win. 12.07. 112 mile an hour.
Not even close.
I saw on social media last night there was a run in the US with top fuel 345 miles an hour. Wow.
It's just unbelievable, isn't it?
Interesting enough, though, the ET 372, which is what we saw here on Friday, with the cars that were testing, but we didn't see anywhere near 345 mile an hour, that's for sure.
They're still ahead of the curve over there. Where we just learn from them, filter down information, and
yep.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not disparaging the brilliance of our drivers and what we've got, but they're just leading the way over there.
Yes. Well, they also do a lot more racing as well, so you'd want to hope that they're leading the way in the performance. They do, I think, nearly 30 race meetings a year where we'll do 6 or 7, I think. All right, 12.04 with a 120 miles an hour for the aeroflow lane. FM55 to take the win. FM94 at 12.09 in the rocket. Our next pair, FM47 taking on FM45. The rocket lane chasing the aeroflow on the start line. I think the aeroflow will have the performance as the bike makes its way towards the finish line. Gets there with a 12 at 28 at 122. 15.75 at 82 mile an hour in the rocket. FM81 already up at the start line. No rest for the wicket here. FM at 110 in the rocket lane. Just taking a very quick mop at that start line. All right, ready to go now. The rocket lane away first.
Oh, geez, the airflow's come back.
Very close at the 1,000-foot mark. Looking at the time, it's only a 10th across the finish line. The airflow will take the win. Mr. 11.38 with a 4 at 125.
Against a losing 121 miles an hour. It looked like he was going to walk away from him, but then he didn't get any further out.
Our next pair, 3 counts down. FM48 in the aeroflow lane. Taking on FM46.
Oh, rocket lane's driven away. 148 miles an hour against 139 miles an hour. Both in the mid to low 10s.
It's around about 0.6 across the finish line. M115 in the aeroflow takes on FM114 in the rocket. Seen a couple of our riders bring on that deep stage. By what I mean by that's when you roll a little bit further forward and it knocks that top white light off. You're still able to run. It just means you're much closer to the guard beam, which potentially might give you the red light if you leave too early.
You got about an inch.
Yep.
Inch and a half, so I've been told. That, yeah, you can roll and move before you break that light. So that's why when you come into your stage, you just want to nudge it as soon as it comes on.
You want it almost just blinking.
Exactly right. Give you that bit extra.
068 on the tree. Yeah, nice light for M73. Going to lead from start line to finish line. 11:22 with a 2 at 1:27.
I mean, let's take this put this in perspective. These bikes are doing some of these bikes are doing over 250 kilometres an hour. These are just everyday ride to work street bikes. Yep. That's fast.
Yep.
Anything sub 10 second, 250 kilometres an hour is fast.
Doesn't matter whether you're on a bike or in a car, it's quick.
Fast.
Yep.
You know, we've been spoilt for seeing cars doing 3s and 4s and 5s and 6s.
Yep.
But, you know, if you've never done a 10-second pass on a drag strip before, it would be terrifying for you the first time round.
Yes. What's the quickest you've been down the racetrack?
What is it? Mid-10s.
Okay.
On the car and high 8s on a bike.
Okay.
But that's not fast. You know.
High 8s on a bike? That'd be
it was a loaner bike. It was a friend's bike. It was a proper thing, you know, full setup.
Yeah.
Wheelie bars, big back tyre. You just had to point and squirt.
Yeah. Still, I'll have to have the confidence to jump on board and give it the beans, as they say.
Oh, look, it's one of those things, mate. Everyone has their little niche, their little thing, you know.
Yep.
And I guess bikes was mine when I was younger, still are. But, I mean, my wife said to me just recently, why haven't you got a drag bike? And I'm like, I don't know. Why don't I?
That's where you need to say that's what the 4th Harley was for.
No, look, the GT's just, I've just got a Pro Charger going on the GT.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Picked up my box from Tom at TK Performance, built my C10. So that's going in as we speak. So hopefully the GT will be down here for a run in the next couple of weeks.
Nice. Yep.
Not expecting anything fast, but it'll still be fun.
Well, that's what it's all about. It's about having fun, and if you can better your personal best, then that's a bonus.
As I said, and the beauty of it, most of these guys, you know, they just go around chatting to their mates, they jump on their bike, and then they ride home tonight.
Yep. Do a Sydney Random Riders probably tomorrow morning, I'd say.
Oh, they're sitting around showing their time cards.
Yep. All right. Yeah, that's a good pass there in the rocket, mate.
Coming out. That's what we want to see. The only thing he did wrong was in first gear. Really need to be up in second or third, get that tyre spin and get the heat into it.
All right, so there's M34 down there on the start line. Was that your favourite burnout for the night so far? Leaving with a 139 light, taking on FM 131.
He's doing great. That bike's got a bit of poke in it, that's for sure. 11:16 and 119.
Tell you what, looking at his previous times, he's been pretty consistent. 11:01 with a 2 and 11:02 with a 9. 11:1 with a 5, I think it was, and that one 11:1 with a 2.
Very consistent.
Keep in mind, he's punching gears there too. It's not
Absolutely.
All. It's not all just hit the air shift and let it go. M42 leaving the start line now.
Well, this is going to be close. Can't pick this one.
And a 12.11 with a 0 at 110 miles an hour.
And a 24.1.
Sure, that bike went quicker last time out.
So I think maybe she had an issue then.
Yeah, maybe missed a gear or something potentially.
Here we go. Let's see what this race is like. Pair of night rods side by side.
M12 did a pretty decent burnout down there, leaving with a 156 light too.
Both in the 60 even. The airflow's got it, unfortunately. 11:45 against 11:82. Mile per hour, very similar as well.
Around 4/10 the difference at the finish line.
We've got my money on Aeroflow Lane this one. Actually, no, let's go with the APs.
We drew up beside him at the 64.
Oh, look at this. It's close. It's close. Who's it going to be?
I think the Aeroflow.
Oh, the Aeroflow just tips him.
Only
Look at it.
700s across the finish line, mister.
Oh, that's unbelievable. The mile per hour almost identical.
Do you know what got that? Was the reaction time.
His reaction time.
There was 1.17 across the start line there. So if your Rocket Lane had done a better reaction time.
Yeah,
would have got it.
I love seeing close races like that. It's great. At least with these races, we've got time to actually get into it. You watch a fueler, we got, oh, they won.
Yep.
Whereas at least these guys, we can actually get in and watch the race.
It's a different thing, the fuel cars, and that you've got more time to talk and explain what you're trying to explain when they're backing back from their burnout and that sort of thing. But the actual run itself is very difficult to get in what you want to say. You've only got 3 seconds effectively to say it.
Sounds like an argument with my wife.
Yeah. You one shot, you reckon? All right, so 11.66 with an 117 miles an hour in the Aeroflow lane to take the win there. And M99 taking on M91 in the Rocket lane.
Great light in the Aeroflow lane. Again, neck and neck race, this one. Oh, it's close.
Oh, I didn't get there.
Wow, a 12.47 against a 12.50. That's fantastic.
Again, I think the
light's got him.
The light got it. 0.46 on the tree there. It's a very good light on a motorcycle. There, hydraulic clutch. Most Harleys.
Most of them these days are. Early Harleys are all still cable.
Yeah.
But when you change them to a heavy Barnett, a lot of times you want to swap to a hydraulic just because they get so heavy.
All right, 11.46 with a 118 mile an hour for C7 in the Aeroflow lane. That was an O light there too. M89 takes on M33. Some of our competitors down there in the staging lane is probably getting a little bit nervous right about now. They've probably nominated their dial-in for what they want to run. A 180 light for racer M33.
The Night Rod's going to drive around him, unfortunately. He got a great tree.
No, the Aeroflow takes the win.
Yep, 100%.
11.21 with a 123 miles an hour.
There's more and more bikes coming in the lineup out there. We've got a huge group of competitors for the night.
M129 in the Aeroflow lane, take on M120.
He got a great 60.
It did 1.6. That's very decent for a Harley.
Absolutely. 11.19 at 114 against the losing 11.58 at 119.
See, I wonder with that, to get that ET, if they mucked around with the ratios in the box or the rear sprocket or whatnot. But as you say, they make plenty of torque so they can pull away from the start line.
Exactly right. Like I've just put this Pro Charger on the GT.
Yeah.
I'll be going from the 3.5s down to probably a 3.0.
Yeah.
Just because the sheer torque of it. Otherwise, it'll just turn tyres everywhere.
Which is not a bad
Which is not a bad thing, really, no, is it?
No. I made the mistake of saying, I think that person overdid the burnout. You know, at the
there's
street
no such
meet, someone said, there's no such thing. I'm like, yeah, you're probably right. Probably right. Although, when you're trying to win a race, like actually win a race, then yes, it is a problem.
Angela again with issues on the start line.
Yeah, 2.9 to the 60, but she has at least got away from the start line this time around. And 11.05 with an 8, 144 miles an hour to a 13.0 at 101 for FM85. M101 takes on C6. It's Chris Dawson there in the Rocket lane. Dawson leaves with a 336. Right, to a 281, but very close at the half-track mark.
Oh, Aeroflow just walked away at the end there, that mile per hour. Look at the mile per hour difference in the top end. That's what got him the win.
I think Dawson out of the throttle there. seem to stick with him right to the half-track mark. M92 in the aeroflow lane, taking on M86 in the rocket.
Oh, they're both red lighted.
You can hear them revving as they went into stage. They're trying to out psych each other, I reckon. But
I think they worked. They psyched each other out.
And the aeroflow lane will take the win at 9.88 with a 3.151.
That's a fast run.
That is a very fast run. It was 700s across the finish line there. I think it was. That flashed away very quickly on our screens. Next up, M64 takes on M56.
Another red light, and he hadn't even left the line.
All right, so there'll be no time recorded in the rocket lane, but a 12.14 with a 128 miles an hour for our aeroflow lane racer.
One's just down there checking out the track, trying to find the stickiest side.
That is
we got a wheelie bar bike.
Joe Curry down there. On his V-Comp bike. Harley Davidson Destroyer for Twin Tune Performance Centre. Recently fitting the turbocharger to this machine. Something we haven't seen a lot of, but it has run as quick as an 8.54 tonight, 159 miles an hour. Still a fairly new combination, just trying to get the launch sorted out. A little bit more comfortable on the launch for Joe.
And we're ready.
All right, goes 137 to the 60. On a very decent run, making horsepower at the top end. 8.55 with an 8.
158 miles an hour.
Yeah, bike pretty consistent. That wasn't his quickest run, but certainly...
No, it seemed to be, yeah, not doing too much down low, but then when she got to the top, mid-range and top end, she became very spirited.
All right, M37 in the airflow lane, taking on M74 in the rocket. Looking at our previous times, these two should be very close. They're consecutive in their run order.
Yeah, that though light though, unless Rocket can drive around him here.
Whoa.
He drove around him with us. He was slow. Look at the mile an hour. Yeah. That's why. Extra 15 mile an hour on the top end brought him in.
Yeah, 0.015, I think the margin was across the finish line. All right, M75 takes on M135 in the rocket lane.
I don't think there's any point of going all the way over that edge there. There's no rubber on that side there.
Well, it'd be cold because obviously with the bike you're not going to get the spread of the heat that you do in a car where potentially you've got two sets of monstrous slicks plus the motor in the middle. Fairly even off the start line. The rocket lane is just walking away.
Rocketed away. Another bus, I'd say.
10:37 at 141 miles an hour.
Had he got a better start, that would have been in the 9s and 150 plus miles an hour. It was very cautious from the light.
M104 in the airflow lane. Taking on M134, beg your pardon, 134 in the rocket lane. The airflow lane out in front at this point, and I think we'll definitely maintain the lead. 1060, 138 miles an hour to a 1243 at 110. FM76 there in the airflow lane, taking on M119.
Both in stage, ready for a start, waiting on the tree.
Aeroflow Lane with the jump, but I think the Rocket already in front.
Oh,
At half track.
Aeroflow's coming back. Oh, he just saved it. 11.15 to lose and 11.58. Both at the mid 130 miles an hour.
It's like the cars. You can pick the different engine notes of the different
Yeah.
brands, can't you?
Some you can tell the MTs.
Yeah.
The MTs have got a distinctive now.
Yeah.
To tell the difference between a V-Rod and a big twin Harley. The bus have got a very distinctive sound, but the rest of them, it's hard to pick.
Yeah. Well, I think the Ducati stands out as a standalone.
Oh yeah, the big V twin or the V4s.
All right, M113 taking on M80 in the Rocket Lane.
Great launch in the Rocket there, but he's going to get driven around very quickly.
10:45 with an 8, 141 miles an hour. We'll take it for M113 to an 11:17 at 135 in the Rocket. Next up we have M93 taking on M72.
Very similar lights. Although the Rocket Lane's definitely got a jump there. He's going to hold on to it through the traps. 11.40 at a 12.33.
All right, our next pair, M95 takes on M69 in the Rocket Lane. All right, Aeroflow Lane with a better light goes 192.
Oh, look at this.
But the performance in the Rocket Lane definitely keeping him honest. I'm not sure
he's got him.
No, he didn't get there. 10.99 with a 0. 131 miles an hour across the finish line.
So close.
I thought he was going to come around. M126 in the Aeroflow taking on M82 in the Rocket. Nothing in the reaction times. Come down to performance on this one, mister.
Oh, Jesus, close. I think the Rockets just tripped him there. 11.45 against the win 10.82.
Yeah, the Rocket Lane carrying a little bit more speed there at the top end. M117 taking on M100 in the Rocket Lane.
Especially the naked bikes, they're struggling. You know, they don't have the aerodynamics of a lot of their sports bikes.
Yeah, I guess they could be the same machine, but without all the fairing and that, they
100%, yeah.
probably lose a couple of mile an hour at the top end of the racetrack. It's also a bit harder for the rider. There's nothing for them to duck behind.
You can't duck behind anything. You just got to hang on.
Yeah. 10.58, 142 in the Aeroflow Lane. M123 in the Aeroflow Lane takes on M44 in the Rocket. The Rocket Lane with a better launch. Got to the 60 foot, 1.8 seconds. And will definitely bring the win light on here. 11.38 with the 7, 117 miles an hour. To a 13.1 at 112.
We've only seen a couple of decent burnouts so far tonight. I'm a little bit...
You're G'ing him up right now? I think you're G'ing him up right now, are you not?
Are we going to see some burnouts, boys?
Mister wants to see some tyre smoke.
Want some burnouts. Warm those tyres up.
We did see a fairly decent one from racer M116. That was the feed up one that we saw.
Yeah.
I think that's my pick so far, but
been very quiet on the burnouts this evening.
You know what they need? They need a couple of the junior bike races. And a friend runs in the junior drag bikes. They've changed tyres like halfway through the day because the first one got worn out.
Too many burnouts.
M109 Leaves the start line with a 194. Has a bunch up the sleeve. And I think we'll definitely bring that win light on. 12.08 with a 4, 116 miles an hour.
No burnouts again. I haven't had tyre smoke in my nostrils for a while now.
M111 in the airflow lane. Has about 3/10 up the sleeve over M120. And the airflow lane will take it 14.21 at 93 miles an hour to 15.74 in the rocket lane, 83 miles an hour. Our next pair, FM36 and M127.
Very similar in the lights. The Ducati is just going to pull away in the rocket lane though. Come on, not first gear. Oh, it was a tease.
You thought it'd just get started, weren't
We
you?
need some Harley riders out to do some burnouts.
I think most of them are in lane 2 at the minute. All right, M124 taking on M59.
Again, very close on the tree.
Fairly close running down the racetrack, but I think the
Yeah,
aeroflow lane.
His mile per hour is going to get him there. That's what's did it, yeah.
0.2 across the finish line, 11.63 with an 8. FM68 in the airflow lane, take on FM35 in the rocket. Better light going to the airflow lane. The rocket will take the win, 13.21 with a 5, 99 miles an hour to a 14.43 at 96. Keeping in mind, 100 mile an hour is still 160 kilometers an hour.
160 kilometers an hour.
It's fairly moving.
Certainly hurts when you come off.
M63 leaves with a small red light, goes 0.98 early. Taking on M112 in the rocket lane.
Have a look and see if our rocket lane goes a bit better this time. Not sure what issues she had last run, but hopefully she's rectified it. She can give us a bit better time this run.
All right, so M125 in the airflow lane, taking on M42.
Better on the lights. Well, she's doing much better this race. Fantastic work. She might get this. She might get this.
Oh,
well done.
She did.
Fantastic.
600.
15.33. 300ths of a second. That's fantastic racing.
Yeah, nice.
Big turnaround from her 24-second
yeah,
life. She's made the changes mentally, I'd say.
I think there might have been a missed gear on the previous run, but certainly
100%.
Didn't give up on that one. This one also close. The airflow lane out in front though, 11.56 with a 0, 122 miles an hour. 2/10 across the finish line. M115 takes on FM114. .527 light, the better of the two.
And that light's going to be just enough for him to get across that line.
Starting to stretch the lead now, though. 12.39 with a 4 at 121 to a 14.72 at 88. All right, FM47 taking on FM48.
FM 110, FM 46. lining up, both in and away. 236 gets a 507. The 236s, that's what the lead we've given him. FM 57, FM 108. Waiting for the tree. And they're away. Great light in the rocket lane. And that's enough to give him the lead. Very similar bikes, and he's just, he's taken the win by the length that he had on the tree. So that light just shows how important it is to get a great launch.
Anytime you see an O in front of your reaction time, it's definitely a good one.
When you see a negative symbol, that's not a good one.
Not good.
Identical trees almost, just one has a negative in front of it.
All right, FM 138 takes on FM 131. All right, the rocket lane away first. And it definitely looks like it's stretching the lead as it makes its way down the racetrack. And runs on through for a 1481 at 88 miles an hour to a slowing 1885 at only 69.
Nearly 70.
Yep.
Nearly 70.
Our next pair rolling up to the start line, we have FM 103 taking on FM 45. Don't forget to scan the QR code or click on the link in the live stream. Vote for your favorite bike. Quickest ET, the best burnout. The closest race. The best launch.
Can someone do a burnout for me?
Yeah,
Anybody?
Mister's feeling a bit left out here. I think the Harleys will be coming through soon. Hopefully we'll see.
We need the Harleys back. Can we see some burnouts, please, Harley boys?
Chef, personal request. 702 on the tree for M132. 683, but lots of RPM on board. I think the rocket lane's going to take this one, though.
Walks away with it.
1042 with a 2, 135 miles an hour.
Gets to losing 137 mile an hour.
Yeah, at the highest speed, but not the ET.
I don't know about you, but I got my money on the rocket lane with this one.
Had a suggestion there on the live stream. Start a new comp, $50 for the best burnout.
I'm in. It is the best. Don't we have a best burnout?
Yes. There is a prize for the best burnout.
Like everyone waiting to come out and race, there is a prize for best burnout. So come on, let's see some smoke, ladies and gentlemen.
So far, I'm
Here we
my
go.
pick is M116.
More RPM, another gear. At least it was a start. Thank you for that burnout.
All right, so here we go. This is our first round, a race of competition.
Here we
Mr.
go.
C13 in the airflow lane, dialed in with 1169, taking on Paul Hutchins down there in the rocket lane, dialed in with
He's got a bit of a lead.
1020. Hutchins with
Wait till mid-track and you'll see this bus walk around him. Oh, he's getting close. Is he going to get him? Is he going to get him? Oh, he just lost it. That was so close. Oh, fantastic bit of racing. We're going to see a burnout there on the Harley there.
Yeah, 29 10,000ths of a second. That is absolutely nothing there.
Was that a nod of the head, Harley rider? Oh, yeah, son. Oh, yeah, best of the night so far. Oh, ask and they will deliver. The Harley boys have shown what it's like to spin the tyres properly.
Actually, he was marked down before we had that feed up burnout from M116.
That was a great burnout. And he's away well too.
021 light on the tree for racer C51.
Oh, he can't hold it. But great race. It's okay if you lost. He did a fantastic burnout. We got another Harley burnout down there, have we? Oh, nice rolly burnout there. Harley's in and waiting. Both on stage, ready to go. Oh, unfortunately, the Harley has just rolled forward a little bit, which has tripped the red light.
Glenn Northridge is going to take the win here. Racer C49 with a 972, 152 miles an hour. Unfortunately,
that's a note for all you beginner racers and new racers. Just bump into stage. Don't roll any further forward or you'll red light. Ever so slowly creep forward after your pre-stage till that second light comes on and stop there, giving yourself a little bit of room.
All right, next up we have Mark Tanswell, racer C9 in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 13.0, taking on Joshua McDonald in the rocket lane. He's dialed in with a 10.60, so McDonald will have to be patient on the start line.
He did the burnout, so he has to win.
We'll soon see if Mr. Wish comes true and we get Joshua back for the next round.
Don't red light, Josh. Wait for your chance. Wait for your tree. You'll catch him. Go, son. Very gentle on the start there. Can he reel him in? The top end, he's coming fast. He's flying. I don't think he'll get there. Oh, unfortunately, he was too slow off those lights.
So Tanswell will take the win. He'll move into the next round.
I can't believe he lost. He did a burnout and everything.
Yeah. The burnout doesn't help the timing system, unfortunately. There's about 0.3 given away on the start line. Our next pair, C136 takes on Demetrius.
Ready to go. And they're away.
Stuart Ellis in the aeroflow lane. Got him with a 10-10. 4/10 head start given to
look at it's close. Oh, what a race.
0.05 of a second across the finish line.
He dialed in with a 10.50 and ran 10.55. Very, very close. Fantastic racing. Great to see these close races. 10.50 against a 10.40.
Yeah, Christian Kerr in the airflow lane.
He'll take care for sure.
Taking on Alan Edwards in the rocket lane.
Here we go.
One of those bikes up
Oh
on the two-step.
no, unfortunately left a little early. So the win goes to the rocket lane. Red light, unfortunately, for Christian there. He took a little bit too much care.
Edwards will take the win. Test the dialing, goes 10.36 with a 3 on a 10.40. So if Kerr hadn't red lit, he would have broken out.
He would have broken out there. So very, very lucky for him.
So what that's term for the
You
breakout
want
is...
maybe explain that to people so they understand.
I was just going to say that the term breakout is where the racer goes under their nominated handicap. What it does is basically stop sandbagging. So the only way you would win on a breakout is if your competitor goes under their dialing by more.
Or they red light.
Yes, correct. All right, Joshua Thomas in the aerofoil lane, dialed in with an 11.25, taking on Nick Amoroso in the rocket lane.
He got a great start in the rocket lane.
Yeah, he's got about a 10th.
He's got close, it's close. Is he going to hold it? Oh, so close.
So,
11.25, 11.63.
So there's a breakout there, mister. Nick got there first in the rocket lane by 0.16, but that's too fast. So handing the win back to Joshua in the aerofoil lane.
And I mean, this is one of those times when you always want to go quicker, you always want to improve, but you can't go better than your nominated time.
All right, Nicholas in the aerofoil lane, dialed in with 11.80, taking on Lisa Jamal in the rocket lane. Lisa with the better reaction time. Both bikes wandering around a little bit.
Lisa's got this all day long.
She's out in front, but will she go too quick? No, she'll take the win.
10.63 on a 10.60 dial-in.
Nice pass for her. 300s above the dial-in, 143 mile an hour. Tells me she didn't back off too much at the top end of the racetrack.
Certainly didn't. I mean, you just set your dial in at a couple of fucking tenths more than you've done. Here we go, a couple of burnouts. Nice work from the Harley and the road bike. Got a big difference of time here. Shane's running a dial in a 970. David Merciesa a 1240. So there's going to be 2.5 seconds on the tree where Shane will leave early. Shane will leave later. So David will be away, and he's got to be patient, wait for that green light on his side and make sure he doesn't red light. Even so, with a half-track lead, there's a huge chance that this Kawasaki will run him down before three-quarter track.
Nearly at the 1,000 he had him.
Oh, look at the mile per hour.
Too fast. 156 miles an hour. That would have to be the fastest speed we've seen tonight.
Yes, it is. So Kawasaki H2, but he broke out, unfortunately. He ran a 968 on a 970 dial-in, so that gives the win to the slower bike. You can't run quicker than your dial-in time.
See, and that just comes down to experience there for Kirby. If he'd run this style of racing previously, you just roll off the throttle just enough to keep in front of your competitor.
He was way ahead across the line. He didn't need to go so hard.
5.2 of a second, but that's all part of the learning experience.
Another great burnout there from the Harley rider.
And Joseph in the aerofoil lane, dialed in with an 11.40. Taking on Lachlan in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 9.80. So again, a little bit of a handicap.
Remember, there's a competition for best burnout, guys. Oh, big wheelie there.
He was lucky to stay on that, I think, coming down. It's 0.68 on the tree for Lachlan. Has the advantage going towards the finish line and will take the win. 10.44 with the 151 miles an hour.
He had miles on his dial in there.
And 11.87. So Joseph didn't give away too much considering this wheel stand that we just saw. That I'm going to tip that as our best leave so far. Just right up on the back wheel. All right, Wally Hoster down there on his street bike, dialed it with a 975.
Against a 1040 on the Harley. So that's a fast Harley, mate. Very fast Harley.
And that's Ethan Tutton there in the airflow lane.
He's got a little bit of a head start, not much. Bit over half a second. I don't know if it's going to be enough. He needs to get a great launch. He's got a hot tyre, so let's see how his launch is. Wally's staged now, so they're ready to go. Go. A little bit slow on the light, and that's going to cost him. Half a second on the light. That's going to give it away, unfortunately.
Wally takes that fairly comfortably at the end. It was 0.3, nearly 0.4 of a second. 989 with a 4, 131 miles an hour to an 1103.
Well, he was 0.6 under his dial in time, and he was half a second off the light, so that's, you know, a bit over a second, which is where he unfortunately lost out there.
You'd have to be extremely lucky to give away a second in dial your own racing and still take the win. Next up, we have Robert Scott down there on the Harley-Davidson wide glide, dialed in with an 1150. 1150 also on the boards for Chris Dawson. 072.
He's got a great light.
For Scott,
it's close. I think the Harley's going to get this. It's a close race. Oh, fantastic. 11:44. No, what's going on here?
He's broken
out. He broke out. 11:50. Unfortunately, Robert dialed in at 11:50 and ran 11:44. So he'd be happy that he's done a great time, but unfortunately, he's out of the competition because he broke out of his nominated time. Oh, finally a bit of smoke is filtering up here.
I was just going to say, can you smell that?
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, he's got a big lead. Will the rocket lane run him down? I don't think he can do it. He's coming close, but...
And Joshua...
He did, because he broke out again.
Yep.
Guy broke out. He dialed in a 12:50 and ran a 12:47, which gives the win to the losing C6694 bike.
Yeah, so Guy there had a massive hole shot on the start line.
He did. It's such a great start, too. Everything was going well for him. A little too well, unfortunately. Big Burnout coming up on the Harley in the rocket lane. Airflow lane, sorry.
All right, we've got Andrew.
That's the way, son.
Smoke covering the legs of Andrew in the airflow lane there.
That's what we want. Tyres nice and hot. He's given away a couple of seconds here, 1.5 seconds to Mehmet Onut on the bus. I think you'll find that this bus, it's its top end of 150 plus miles an hour, will reel him in as long as he gets the start. The Harley's away at 0:53 on the light. That's a fantastic light. Can the bus dial him back in?
I don't think
it's going to be close. I don't think he'll get there.
No, he gave away 0.7 on the start line, but he's gone too fast.
No, but he broke out again.
Oh, Andrew.
Oh,
Andrew,
my goodness.
You got to the to the finish line by 1.2 seconds. And,
he was so far ahead, he could have just buttoned off.
Yep.
Wow, what a shame.
Didn't go under it by a lot. He went 11:005 and 11:10. I know. Disappointment for Andrew.
But it was a great run for him.
Yes.
Great tree, good 60-40. He's held it all the way through. He's got to be happy with those numbers.
All right, I think that was the last run in the first round of our competition. And Adam will be confirming the results, and those races that are still in, they'll be approached for their dial-in for the next round. And so we're now down to 16 bikes left in that competition. And we have M87 taking on M77 there.
1180 against 1180 with a 6. Very close racing.
M79 taking on M70 now in the rocket lane.
He got a good launch, but unfortunately bogged it down and didn't take it anywhere.
Yeah, one of those
red light.
Sounded like it almost stalled when the clutch was dropped then.
Not enough revs.
And a 12.30. Plays a 12.30, I think it was. M34 giving the Burnout a pretty decent nudge.
But the lower gear means the tyre's not spinning very much, not much smoke. And he's got a very slippery part of the track there. He got a nice launch.
He did, 1.8
That was a
seconds
great
to the 60.
launch for him. He's not going to get caught at this race. Oh, the baggers lighting it up down there. Great work on the bagger.
It's still opposite lock when you're on a bike. That's what he was doing.
That's great.
Had the opposite lock going with the drift. There's a pretty decent tyre in the back of the bike in the water. Our next pair.
Both of them.
FM20 leaving the start line first against M121.
But their 121's got the lead mid-track and he's pulling away from him. 112, fantastic. 118 against 111 mile per hour. Couple of big fat tyre, big twins now. It's mandatory to do a big burnout, guys.
099 on the tree for the rocket lane.
But he's just, oh, and he's coming back. He dropped off there, but he might be coming back.
It's pretty close. He
gets the win. Fantastic.
My 0.06 of a second across the finish line. M91 will take that. Next pair, M99 in the airflow lane. Taking on M89.
Oh, a little bit too soon there, guys. Big burnout, fellas, big burnout.
All right, the rocket lane out in front.
Big burnouts, come on. Second, third gear, fourth gear, top gear. That's what we want, son. Oh, yes. Woo!
That is C8 again.
Fantastic. Mate, if he doesn't win a race, he's certainly in the lead for burnouts, that's for sure. Just make sure you put it back in first gear because I'm pretty sure you're in top then. 222 on the lights. He got a great start. 160 at the 60 foot. He's still ahead. He's going to come through with the win. 11.27 against 11.88.
Yeah, wow.
See, that's what happens when you do a big burnout.
Well, you can see the evidence on the live stream camera of reducing your tyre wear and having a good time. Of course, that is Corey Ross doing those burnouts there, mister.
Oh, wheel stand. Held it and is still in the running. Yeah, just slightly behind, but he held that beautifully.
I might have a replay of that, mister. I didn't
Yeah,
quite
he
see
put
it
the
myself.
nice little wheelie there, held it sideways, then picked it up and then sideways again.
Landed
Yeah.
sort of leaning over to the right.
Great bit of riding there. Oh, another wheelie from the lights.
M130 taking on M129 in the rocket.
Oh, this is a close race. There's nothing in it. Oh, 11.36 against 11.50. Fantastic running.
It was only at the last probably 100 feet that the rocket lane pulled away there. See if I can catch that quickly on the replay. I think the rocket lane was the one with the wheel stand. The right of screen, there we go.
Oh, great wheelie.
FM88 taking on C24 in the rocket lane. 11.74, 134 miles an hour will take the win in the rocket. See the smoke in our, out the back. Mister has drifted through the tunnel. See what happens when you encourage people.
I'm contributing to the delinquency of minors. Well, I don't know what sort of jobs they do with their minors or not. Got a bus there in the right lane.
It's Angela.
That was Ryan, wasn't it?
No, that's Angela Phipps.
No, just at the burnout pad there. Oh, she's got a little bit better start this time. 0.247. Definitely a better run for her. It's in the nines. Oh, 10.4. The best run of the night.
Yeah, by some 0.3 of a second. for Angela Phipps there in the rocket lane. Our next pair rolling up to the start line, we have M56 in the airflow lane, taking on M135.
And the Suzuki Hayabusa, the bus. Bus, a little bit slow on the light, but mid-range and top end, you'll see why they're so fast. Oh, the other bike's staying with him. He got the win, but only just. Look at the mile per hour. 143 with an 8 against the 143 with a 6.
Side by side there, only 0.2 I think across the finish line. Next up, M134 taking on M43.
222 lights again.
The airflow lane will take this one though, mister. Runs on through for an 1188 at 113 miles an hour.
1367.
Next up, M92 in the airflow lane, taking on M64.
Oh.
041 on the tree for M92.
Yeah, got a great tree and then bogged it down. He's saved it. He's pulled it back. Great mile per hour. Not a fast time, but a great mile an hour.
And 150.9.
Well, he bogged it down then off the light. So if I think he'd had that, that would have been a really quick run.
I think the quickest so far is 156 something. 010 on the tree for M86. Rocket lane chasing him down. The track's not going to be long enough though. 10.55 with an 8, 134 miles an hour for M86 to a 10.84 with a 2 at 144 miles an hour. So he was catching him.
Just needed a bit more room.
If they were racing to the turnaround corner, it might have been a different story, but I don't suggest.
I don't think they'd make the corner.
No, not flat out. They wouldn't. That's for sure.
You're a little bit early with your burnout there, son. Let the other bikes go first.
M75 taking on M119 in the rocket lane. The rocket lane will take the win, Mr. 11.47 with a 9, 127 miles an hour.
When we got our next round of eliminations on?
I don't think they'd be too far away.
I'm excited to see some more head-to-head racing.
Not much in the reaction times for these two.
No, but the rocket lane's got the head. Is he coming back? No, he's held it, 140. Look at the mile per hour. Almost identical.
It's 2 runs in the last couple of minutes where they're almost identical to.
And the trees were almost
decimal.
identical. He just got a bit better 60 foot on him.
M137 taking on M54.
No, unfortunately. He'll drive around him though. Won't be very quick.
10.44 with a 0, 150 miles an hour.
Yeah, but that bogged down, I don't know what happened there.
Traction control.
Yeah, sounded something like that,
Because it was up on a two-step limiter, and then all of a sudden just went boom, and then took off again.
But if that's 100, if that was 150 mile an hour, if he'd have got the good run, that would have been fast. Very even here. Reaction time's fantastic in the airflow lane, but the rocket lane's just got a bit more in him, I think.
Gets over past.
Yep, pips him at the 3.
Yep, by 0.16, M82 takes the win. 10.52 with a 4, 140 miles an hour. Only 4 miles an hour difference there. Our next pair already up at the start line. M117 taking on M100 in the rocket. 078 on the tree for the rocket lane.
But just doesn't have the horsepower to continue it through, unfortunately.
10.16 with a 9, 144 in the airflow lane. To an 11.25 with a 7.
A lot of the smaller bikes have the advantage of being able to get away from the line quicker.
Yes.
but they just don't have the mid-range and top end to follow it through.
Yeah.
That lack of horsepower gives them the advantage to be able to give it and stick and hopefully get away, not break traction, not wheelie, and give a good 60, but then they just lose it from there on.
Yeah, we see that. Well, we saw that quite a lot at one point with Top Alcohol in the professional series, where there was a couple of people running the small block Chevs with the PSI superchargers on them. Really good to the front half of the racetrack, but they just didn't have the horsepower at the top end to continue, and they were counting on the car being a little bit lighter, which we would see. The smaller capacity bikes typically would be lighter than the bigger,
100%.
bigger capacity. Because obviously everything's built just a little bit smaller, a little bit lighter, smaller gauge material.
Yeah, it doesn't need as bigger brakes, bigger suspension, doesn't need to be as robust. Whereas Harley Davidson's are essentially a tractor, just cut down the middle.
Yeah, so not intentionally designed for racing or going fast, but they certainly do.
Well, let's be honest, the Harley Davidson, it doesn't do anything good, really. I mean, don't take this wrong. I love Harleys. I have Harleys. But if you were to talk about their quality of braking, their quality of suspension, their quality of handling, they're atrocious. They're awful.
Yeah.
You've got to do so much work to get them to handle well, whereas you can get the most bog standard Jap bike.
Yes.
And they just outbrake, outhandle, outsteer everything phenomenally because they're designed for that.
Yeah, well, I guess it depends what you're buying it for, isn't
exactly
it?
Right.
Everybody wants something different.
They're an iconic motorcycle. They're fantastic to ride. They're great to jump on and go cruising. And I mean, as you can see tonight, you do the work on them. They run some pretty quick times as well. But remember, this is a straight line.
Yes. You throw a couple of corners in there, might be a different story, you reckon?
That said, you've got the Bagger series in the States.
Yes.
But these aren't standard bikes.
No.
They're heavily modified with their brakes and suspension, so to get them to go around the corners the way they do.
0.58 reaction time there for the Aeroflow lane, and a 12.01. Do you want 11.57 there, mister?
11.57.
M128 taking on M8, I think it is, in the rocket lane.
Number 8.
M127, I beg your pardon.
M127 is going to come away with a win. 11.79 against the losing 13.81.
Thought we might have seen a couple of road trail bikes tonight. We have seen them racing the quarter mile at Sydney Dragway on a couple of occasions.
There's a couple of the higher bikes. When I say higher, raised bikes, a bit more of the off-road sort of things here I've seen go through tonight, but they are the larger displacement ones. Not like your WRs or your RMs or everything. It's a pretty close race.
It certainly appears that way. M124 out in front. And gets there.
Great win.
Next pair. M63 taking on C28.
Good light from C28.
Yeah, 107.
Not a bad one from 63, but geez, what a difference in bike. Unless something's happened in the Aeroflow lane.
Our next pair, FM138 taking on M125.
Fairly slow reaction times from both of them.
Sometimes it could be something very simple, just to get that distraction for the...
Yeah, you miss a gear and you go up a couple of gears and, you've got to get back down and get back on it. It's once you lose your momentum and lose your focus, sometimes, you just better button off and wait for the next one.
Yes. Yep. Had to do that quite a few times on the odd occasion that I've raced. Only because I'm rubbish at changing gears. So the Rocket Lane's going to take this one. Mr. M115 runs on through for 12.04 at 120 miles an hour.
Let's see if little pink helmet in the right lane there can beat her 15 seconds from last time. You've got your aeroflow lane has rolled forward through stage. She needs to come back. Otherwise, you're going to red light.
.098 on the tree for FM at 114.
M42, we're just hoping. Let's see if she can beat her 15 that she ran before. How's she going to go? Oh, 15.229. Still good.
82 miles an hour, 14.44 in the aeroflow lane there. FM 94 taking on FM 55. Airflow lane with a better launch. Some issues down there for the Rocket lane.
It's away now.
And a 12.10, 113 miles an hour to a 14.66 with a 6 at 119 in the Rocket lane. All right, I can see our next round of competition not too far away. They're leaving their staging lane. Race to C17 taking on FM 57 in this one.
Got a great start on the airflow lane, and he's going to hold it all the way through by the look of it, because they're quite similar other than that start time, which is exactly his win time.
Next up, FM 47 taking on FM 46. Away better. Ooh, sounded like there was a missed gear there at around half
no,
track.
I think he's going to lose the race from it.
Yeah.
Let's hope it was just a missed gear and not a pop box or a blown chain.
I don't know how forgiving the gearboxes are if you miss a gear with these things. I was talking to one of our meeting directors. They used to run a pro stock motorcycle, and he was telling me that they had a gearbox in that thing at one point that you couldn't back out of the throttle if you weren't in fourth gear. As soon as you did,
It just jumped out of gear.
it'd destroy itself.
Ah.
So if you were in trouble, you had to go, say you were top of first, you'd have to go first, second, third, fourth, and then once you're in fourth, then back off.
Oh,
Like, so
nightmare.
tricky. Yeah. All these little things that people do to go quick. All right, FM 110 taking on M73.
Oh, a bit too soon there, I'm afraid, son.
.1164 with a 119 miles an hour to an 1193, I think it was, in the Rocket lane. Disappeared very, very quickly. FM 131 in the airflow lane. Leaves the start line with a .53 reaction time. And gets to the finish line at 14.84 with a 0, 89 miles an hour. M132 takes on M133. Lots of RPM down there for one of those bikes. I think the Rocket lane.
Man, this is close. This is a close race.
Rocket lane just in front.
Wow, it just gets there.
Yeah, by 0.18 of a second, Mr. 1062 at 130 something mile an hour. FM FM 103 takes on C136.
Just got walked around. He had a great start, but unfortunately he didn't have anything in the mid-range.
All right, FM81 taking on M96 now in the rocket lane.
149 tree, definitely gets away. Quite slow on the 60 foot. This is going to be a close race. I think Aeroflow is going to get there. Just pipped him 11:37 against 11:75.
All right, there's our run table for our competition tonight. So we can see the ladder where the two sides will meet in the middle. We're not too far away from that competition. That's this run down here will be the first run of round number 2.
Fantastic. This is racing, ladies and gentlemen.
So Demetrios in the Aeroflow lane.
C53, who's C53?
Takes on Alan Edwards.
Okay, Alan, here we go. We've got a 1050 against a 1035 dial-in.
So not too much in the dial-ins here. Will come down to reaction time and closest to that.
Oh, geez, a 220 against a 770. If they hold at tree, Rocket Lane should get this. Very, very close race. He won that on the tree.
Yeah, he did. Picked up nearly half a second.
He did. That's so important to leave on that green light, mate.
All right, next up we will see David in the rocket lane on board the Harley. Dialed in with a 12.40. Taking on...
He lost previously, I think, but the other guy broke out.
Yeah, Jason Kirby down there, C13 in the Aeroflow lane. Dialed in with 11.69.
Against the 12.40.
So...
a 0.8 of a second difference there. He's just got to keep in it on the Harley. It was a fairly good tree for him. He's got 100th there on the tree. He might hold this. It's going to be close. Aeroflow's coming back at him. Oh, he holds it. Yeah, 12.69 against the losing 12.33. Fantastic run.
Yeah, the bike in the Aeroflow lane just ran too far off the dial in there, I think. So next up we have Glenn Northridge in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Wally Hoster in the rocket lane. Northridge dialed in with a 970. This is a pair of quick bikes on the start line. 970 to a 975.
This is going to come down to the tree, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. If we can get these both bikes leaving on the green, this is going to be a very close race.
So Hoster pretty experienced here at Sydney Dragway.
This is going to be close. Oh, both good trees. Aeroflow got the better tree. It's neck and neck. They're identical running through. Oh, the win goes to Aeroflow.
Yeah, double breakout there. So both machines running under the nominated handicap. Hoster went under by the most, so handy the win back to
Mark Tanswell.
Glenn Northridge. Next pair will be Mark Tanswell and entrance C51, which is Luke Edwards down there in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 10.35.
Against the 13.0, so 2.5 second lead on in your Aeroflow lane.
Oh, away very nicely. 0.23 on the tree for Tanswell.
And he threw it away on the tree by red lighting.
Yeah, so Tanswell through to the next round. Let's see what he can do in terms of the dial-in. Runs a 13.308 on a 13.0. Next up we have Lisa Jamal in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 10.60, taking on Joshua Stanek.
A 9.75. Very similar on the trees. I think she's going to get driven around, unfortunately. She's got the faster bike.
Oh, no, Stanek got
but
there
he broke out. 9.72 and a 9.75 dial-in.
Yep, 300's too quick.
Gives the win to Lisa Jamal. Fantastic.
Next up, we'll have Joshua Thomas starting with an 11.25, taking on Lachlan Jeffries.
9.86.
Yeah, so Jeffries will have to be patient on the start line, that Kawasaki ZX. 10R taking on the Ducati for Joshua.
Waiting for your turn to leave. It's very hard not to red light.
Jeffrey's away with the better reaction time. 3:09 to a 4:94.
It's 3/4 track and he's caught him already. He's going to drive around him. Oh, but he breaks out.
Yeah, it goes to 9:84.
Oh, on a 9:86 dial in.
So 200's too quick. We saw that.
Oh, my goodness.
Next up we see Christopher Dawson. On a solo. So he's dialed in with an 11:50. He's moving into the next round.
As long as he doesn't break out.
No. He'll win as soon as the tree comes down. Technically, all he has to do is actually stage the bike. I'm not sure what's going on with the timing system there. I didn't even think he was in stage. Although I was distracted looking at one of the monitors up here.
Anyone aware what food vans we've got here tonight?
I did see the gas-fired pizza.
Is the gas
van.
pizza there,
I'm
is
sure they're up on the top of the mound here, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, he had to pedal his way through that one. He's got the win. Chris Dawson having a run, seeing how he goes. Around a 12:57 on a 11:50 dial in. He gave that away on the state line with a bit of left to right, to and froing.
And
Got Mehmet
Anut also on a solo, because obviously it's a ladder, so if one of the competitors pulls out or breaks, and you're scheduled to run against them, that means you score the solo into the next round. Not a bad burnout there on a solo. The Suzuki Hayabusa down there dialed in with a 964.
Let's see whether he just takes this general or whether he goes all out and tries to run it. He might be going to try and run this. Slow RT.
It's up 1.7 seconds to the 60. And a 936 with a 973 with a 6, I beg your pardon, on a 964 at 144 miles an hour. There's the updated ladder. You can see we're now getting closer to that winner being announced in the middle of the graphic. Moving into round number 3. The field halved once again.
Bagger on the right. See how they run. Oh, fantastic reaction time in the airflow lane, 018. That's great against the 204. Comes in to run a 12:21 against a 12:48. Hey guys, it's mandatory to do a big burnout on a Harley. You have to do a big burnout. It's in the rule book.
I know that C8's probably worn a fair bit of road mileage off the back tyre.
Oh, nice. Lifted that front wheel and carried it along.
Definitely running on fresh rubber.
Oh, he's a great rider, that one. It's mandatory to do bigger burnouts than that, guys.
right, M70.
If you have a look in the rule books, it says you got to do a bigger burnout if you're in a Harley.
060 on the tree for M70 in the aeroflow lane. Nice launch.
Yes. Oh, yes, son.
Takes it all the way up to the start line.
See, clearly those two boys have read the rule book.
It's M34 and C14 down there. I thought M34 was going to give up on the burnout, but had a second
Look at
crack
that.
at it.
Oh, fantastic.
Massive.
The breakout's up in a wheelie. And it's neck and neck. Oh, 11-11 against an 11-22.
Check this out on the big screen, mister. If I've got it, the bike on the right-hand side of the screen.
She's up. Oh, big wheelie.
Came down fairly solid too, just quietly.
They're a heavy bike.
Yeah.
A little bit too soon there.
Good lead for the bike in the aeroflow lane. 1.7 seconds to the 60-foot.
Both of them had a 120 reaction time.
Yep.
With those tyres warmed up. So that just shows that big burnout helps. Big burnout, guys.
All right, racer C7 in the aeroflow lane. Leaves with a 118 light.
Not allowed to own a Harley if you don't do a burnout.
All right, don't forget the QR code, ladies and gentlemen. The competition is drawing closer to a finish. Get on there and vote for your favorite bike. The categories that come up on the questionnaire when you scan the QR. $11.27 with a 29 with a 7 there in the aeroflow lane. Our next bike, C107, taking on C24 in the rocket lane.
0.35 reaction time in the airflow lane. Fantastic. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's light these tyres up. You guys are allowed to keep your Harley license.
C26 and C27 on the start line. Aeroflow lane with a better light. Close to the 60, only 300ths of a second.
Race.
And the rocket lane takes it there, Mr. 10.80 with a 7, 124 miles an hour to an 11.42 with a 3. As I speak, over a high revving Harley Davidson down there in the rocket lane.
You can tell the difference between the night rod, the V rods, and their V twin compared to the big twins. Totally different sound. Engine built by Porsche.
Are they really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Designed and manufactured by Porsche. Well, built by Harley Davidson, but designed by Porsche. Good reaction. 211 and a 1.8 on the 60. The old night rod's going all right.
Yeah, 104 at half track, certainly going all right. 10.88 with a 7, 124 at the finish line.
Great work, great work.
M99 in the aeroflow lane.
Oh, big wheel spin on the sports bike there. He managed to hold it. $154 with all that steering left to right. That's still a fast run. got that white bus back in the rocket lane against Angela Phipps Hunt in the aeroflow lane on the Jigsaw. See if she's got that clutch sorted out a bit more. See what her start's like this time. Been getting better and better as she's gone on through the night. Slowly getting it sorted by the looks of it. Both stays ready to go. No, unfortunately. $10.06 forward, 143 miles an hour for the bus. Unfortunately, not the start that she wanted. So the issues with the clutch and the takeoff haven't been resolved just yet.
All right, M134 leaving the start line with a 635 light. M64 in the rocket lane with a 394. Rocket lane takes the win, 12.05 with a 7, 128 miles an hour. To a 12.29 with a 4 in the aeroflow. M92 takes on M74. M92 reeled off a bunch of sub 10-second runs here. And they're probably one of the slower ones of the night. 10.83 with a 141 miles an hour. When left the start line, looked like it almost bogged down or something similar on the start line and just wasn't able to recover to that sub 10-second ET. Next up we have M86 taking on M75 in the rocket lane. .064 on the tree in the aeroflow lane to a 152 in the rocket. The aeroflow lane with the performance here, a 10.74 with an 8, 133 miles an hour across the finish line to a 13.05 at 118. M119 in the aeroflow lane, but the rocket lane will take it 9.78 with a 3, 150 miles an hour. Took it quite comfortably. Next up, M137 taking on M54 in the rocket.
That's a caddy in the aeroflow lane.
And a 10.20, a 151 in the aeroflow will take the win over a 10.69 with a 9.
Great reaction time in the airflow lane. He's going to hold that through to come through the win, the 9.58 at 147 miles an hour. That's one of the quickest times we've run tonight. Great reaction time in the airflow lane, 177 against the 475. He's just holding that lead ever so quickly, but nearly come across the center line there, ran a 10.57 against the losing 10.56. 153 miles an hour.
Next up, M124 in the aeroflow lane.
M80 in the Rocket.
Another rider right up against the white line in the middle of the racetrack.
It's not the best place to be starting from.
117 on the tree for the Rocket lane.
At Harley has got the lead and is holding it. 11.09, losing 11.65 at 136 mile an hour.
Next up, we have C28 in the aeroflow lane. Paul Hutchins taking on M127 in the Rocket lane. .054 red for Hutchins. 316 green for the Rocket. Hutchins will definitely take the win here. 10.28 with an 144 miles an hour. Did our two-stroke friend come back? I think they only did one run, I'm pretty sure. M37 in the aeroflow lane. Takes on FM36. Sliding the clutch, the aeroflow lane gets away with a 4.35 light. The bike's pretty close to the 60, but the aeroflow lane is getting the march on. 11.27 with a 3, 121 at the finish line to a 13.0 at 99 miles an hour. Next up, M95. Takes the green and the lead on the start line over FM68. And 11.48 with a 7 at 130 miles an hour to take the win over 14.27 at 99 also.
Solo run coming through.
Yeah, for Lachlan Jeffries. Definitely hear that turbo building. Boost on the start line.
166 for action time.
Actually, I didn't see his speed. 160 he went earlier.
Yeah,
and there we go once again.
That's his quickest bike of the night.
That's his quickest run of the night there. 982 with a 5, 160 miles an hour. Lachlan Jeffries. All right, into the next round of competition. And we have Alan Edwards, sorry. Dialed in with a 1040. Taking on Mehmet Amut in the Rocket lane. Dialed in with a 969. So the Aeroflow to leave first. Has the jump, 471, the reaction time to a 705 in the Rocket. 2.5 tenths up his sleeve. Now Edwards gets there first, but goes too fast, heading the wind back to the Rocket lane. Anut will move into the next round, 979 with an 8, the ET. Next up, I think the lone Harley left in the competition in the Rocket lane. Dialed in with the 1240 is David, and in the Aeroflow lane we have Glenn Northridge. Dialed in with a 960. So Northridge will have to be patient. 2.8 seconds. He'll have to wait. That Harley will be well past the 60 foot. Northridge will just have to rely on the system. 224 light to a 506. Northridge with some work to do. Here comes Northridge. Northridge gets there first, but goes too fast. Goes a 958 with a 1 on a 960. Handing the win to the Harley Davidson. The Rocket lane and moves on to the next round. Next up, we're going to see Mark Tanswell in the Aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 13-0 on board the Honda. Taking on Chris Dawson, also on a Harley Davidson. So we've got at least two of them in competition at the moment.
Yeah, there's no dial in for him though, and he's red lighted unfortunately, so he's thrown it away.
Yeah, so Tanswell is going to take the win. 13-0. Dawson left the red light. 13.62 with a 5. At only 101 miles an hour. But Tanswell, guessing he rolled out of the throttle there.
He red lighted, so he
didn't need to
do.
Tanswell
he didn't have
did.
anything to race. He saw the win straight away, so he didn't need to push it.
Yeah, I mean, typically in dial your own racing though, if you get a free run, you take it to check the dial in if you need to adjust for the next round. Next up we have Joshua Thomas taking on Lisa Jamal. Jamal in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 1060. Thomas on board the Ducati, dialed in with 1125. Has a little bit of work to do, 0.2 of a second.
She's going to drive around him. She's run him down and caught him.
Oh, look at that.
1060 on a 1060 dial in.
Went 2 thousandths above the dial in. Got there by 0.23 of a second.
Fantastic bit of riding there. Clearly knows her bike, knows what it's capable of, and know what she's capable of to be able to call a dial in and run 2 thousandths off it.
All right, so there we go. We're at the semi-final mark the next time these races come out. All right, so there we go. There's our 2 semi-finalists. And the winner of the next round, the 2 winners of the next round will be our final round for tonight. So a little bit of work to do for Mark Tanswell, Lisa Jamal.
And David Marciosa.
Yep, thank you.
So is there 2 Harleys in the final, is it?
No, there was 1. David's is a Harley, I think.
David Marciosa, or what? He's a Harley rider.
There was 1 that red lit just there. So I think we had 2. And then we're down to 1.
1 Harley in the final.
If memory serves me correct.
Which is fantastic to see.
All right, so don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the QR code that's up on the big screen. Scan it with your reader. Answer the quick survey there on which bike you want to award our awards to. It is based on some votes, of course, that we will also perhaps put into put our votes into that tally as well. You've got around 7 minutes before voting closes. Scan the QR code on the screen, or if you're watching on YouTube and you don't want to use your phone to QR read, there is a link in the description. Our next pair of bikes lead the start line. M123 taking on M100. 100 out in front, gets there 10.99 with an 128 miles an hour across the finish line. Next up, M127 takes on M128.
I think that's a Ducati in the airflow lane. It's away. Got the win quite comfortably there.
11.73 with a 5, 118 miles an hour by 2.6 seconds. Next up, we see M63 in the airflow lane taking on M125 in the rocket. A better reaction time going to the airflow lane on this one.
Oh, red lighted there, unfortunately, in the rocket lane. Very similar action times. Airflow bike much quicker. Rocket bike nearly crossing the centre line. Oh, just been notified we got 2 Harleys in the final. I would not have expected that.
That's the semis yet, so we've still got another round.
Oh, well, at least it's impressive to see them that far. Clearly they're getting good lights and running consistent times.
Yeah, so we've got not all entrants put down what bikes they were running. So we've got a Hayabusa, 1 Harley that I can see, a Honda CB1100, and I'm not sure what lease. Yeah, but the winner is the top line. So the Hayabusa, we've got a Harley Davidson that won in the last round, and then the Honda, and then I don't know what lease is on. So she's the 4th person in the semis. I'm fairly certain on a road bike of some form, not a Harley Davidson.
No, she's definitely got a road bike.
All right, FM 55 taking on FM 94.
Oh, he's coming back the airflow lane. Oh, so close.
0.2 across the finish line. 1185 with a 2 in the rocket lane. Jason Kirby leaving the start line with a 404 light against the FM 138. 2 minutes on the polling before that's closed. Last chance to vote for your favourite rider. 12:39 with a 6, 112 mile an hour for Jason. In the rocket lane, airflow lane there to take the win. Next up, lots of RPM down there on the start line.
On the line.
It's Alan Edwards, I think it was.
Palangali on the left there, I'd say, by the sound of it.
And
Palangali.
10:41 with a 150 miles an hour again. 200. What do we say? What? 250
kilometres an hour. We had that 160 just before. It's our fastest for the night.
All right.
Unfortunately, throw it away with a red light.
Yeah, left before the tree was activated even. So FM 46 through the finish line, 10:35 with a 0. 142 at the finish line, almost 143. You hear those bikes running down the gears at the top end.
Yeah, I can
Track
hear it.
mics. Our next pair up at the start line, FM 108 takes on C17, which is Joshua McDonald. McDonald out in front here, should take the win here. 10.99 with a 3, 145 miles an hour. FM 110 takes on FM 133. And I believe that is the close of voting. 8:30 p.m. .1061 with a 0, 135 miles an hour. Gets there first over an 1163 with a 7. Our next pair. FM 103 in the Aerofloat, taking on FM 47 in the Rocket.
Sounds like a radio station, FM 103.
Yeah. Gold, gold. What, classic, or what would we say, Speed FM or something, I don't know.
Speed FM, that's not a bad idea.
A 1344 with a 2, 97 miles an hour takes the win.
It's the faster 1333, but took a bit longer to get away.
FM 45 leaves the start line fairly close on the reaction times. The Rocket Lane slightly better, but I think the Aeroflow has the performance. Oh no, the Rocket Lane's come around.
Well, it's close. Oh, wow. 15.59 against a 15.38.
0.23 of a second, the margin at the finish line. Next up we see a racer C49 take on M96.
Oh, really controlled it, dropped it back down there.
Aeroflow Lane marching away with it at this point. 952 with a 5, 153 miles an hour. Thank you very much.
Oh, 1180.09, 118 mile an hour.
.037 on the tree for the Aeroflow Lane. Runs on through for a 1264 with a 7, 103 miles an hour to a 1368 with a 5.
You had a great tree at 037.
And 285, the better of the two reaction times here.
He's been very consistent all night, that lad.
The Rocket Lane gets there first, Mr. 11.10, 120 miles an hour.
That's really good. That's a breakout. It's a big, heavy bike.
Seems to get down the racetrack fairly smooth.
That's a quick bike.
M130 takes on M129 in the Rocket Lane. The Rocket Lane a little bit quicker on the launch. Sounded like one of the bikes hit a limiter of some form on a gear change there. 11.24 with a 7, 114 to a 12.16 in the Aeroflow.
There's really no point in ringing a Harley to its maximum RPM.
No.
It's lost all of its torque by then.
Yeah. Or it'd be idle to mid-range, wouldn't it? It'd be where its strongest point would be.
And I mean, obviously these are modified with bigger cams and heads and all that, you know, accessories, but even so, the power would start to drop up by the time it gets to about 90% RPM.
Which is what sort of RPM we're talking?
You're probably talking around about 7,000 RPM.
Oh, it's still pretty decent,
Yeah.
like compared to, you know, a typical road car V8, I guess, you know, that's where they're not making much more power for a road engine. Street car is probably not, average street car is probably not making too much more power after that.
No.
Unless you're running big turbos and, you know, all that sort of stuff. 1098 with a 5, 124 miles an hour in the Aeroflow Lane.
So we've got a bit of a competition here for burnouts.
It looks like it. Sounds like it even.
That's the way, gentlemen.
C8 once again.
He is an animal on that bike. Massive burnouts. He does big wheelies for the crowd.
Yeah, I think
Fantastic to see.
he'll be booking you in a fresh tyre on Monday morning, I suggest.
I think he'll have to get a texture out and draw the tread on. Oh, big wheel stand! Big wheel stand!
I will replay that in just a moment. Runs on through for an 11.76 at 115 miles an hour. The margin, 0.02 of a second across the finish line. And here is your replay. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on the bike left of screen. You can see the smoke left from the Burnout. Into stage, the tree counts down. Up on that back tyre, controls it. Breaks the
Holds it
60
up.
foot with the rear wheel for sure. Confident riding right there. And a 10.29 with an 8. 152 miles an hour in the rocket lane. Guy Hogben leaves the start line 0.39 red against M64. And the rocket lane gets there at 11.99 with a 9. 128 miles an hour. Shane Kirby down there in the airflow lane.
Oh, great launch. Okay. Next pair up. M92, C6694.
All right, M92 now into stage.
Oh, a little bit early there.
Yeah, for the rocket lane, but an 0.42 on the tree for the Aeroflow.
So also a great tree.
990 with a 6, 151 miles an hour across the finish line to a 995 for the racer in the rocket lane. Our next pair rolls up to the, it's only a single rolling up to the start line, M86.
In the Aeroflow lane. The other bike?
No. I assumed that there was one.
Oh.
You know what they say when you assume. And it looks like we had a little bit of a wheelie popped on the start line there.
Yeah, left a little early, unfortunately.
11.39 with a 2, 132 miles an hour. Just throw that replay up on the start line. It looked bigger the first time around, but certainly...
my wife said the same thing.
I'll leave that right there. All right.
She said that as well.
All right, here's your Harley Davidson. Dialed in with a 1240.
Against your Mehmet Onut on a 972. So David's had some fantastic runs tonight. He actually broke out before, but broke out less than the other guy and managed to get the win on it.
Yep, so David Masika.
And Mehmet Onut. So this is going to be a quick run. You've got 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds given away to the Harley. So if he can get a good tree. Yeah, got a good light.
What? He's got a fair bit up his sleeve. I think your Harley's going to be into the final unless
No, it's going to drive around him. It's going to drive around him. Oh, it's close. Oh, he just gets there.
Yeah, wow.
978 and a 972 dial in. He did it.
There goes 145 miles.
But the Harley was a little slow. He ran a 1280 where he normally ran a 1240. So great race though.
Next up we see Mark Tanswell in the Aeroflow lane.
Oh, and the lady of the night so far, Lisa Jamal, she's been running fantastic. She's a 1060 dial in against the 13.0. So Mark's going to get the light. Lisa's just going to have to wait and be patient. He's away.
Oh, nice light for
Oh,
Lisa.
fantastic. 066. She's on fire.
Yeah, 400s up her sleeve.
Oh, she's going to drive around him. And she gets the win.
Ooh, lucky she.
No,
they both
she
broke
died.
out. They both broke
They
out.
both broke out.
Yep, but Jamal under the dial in by the least. And
Oh,
so
wow. What a race.
it will be Lisa Jamal versus.
Mehmet Onut.
Yes. So that
Wow.
is our final round.
And you know what? No disrespect, but isn't it fantastic to see the ladies out here racing, man? It is so great. They're running with the boys. They're beating the boys.
Yes,
This is in what is it, essentially a male-dominated sport. They're out there and they're running and they're beating them. This is great to see.
It's there's plenty of female racers that get out to Sydney Dragway in all of our sportsman categories and our professional series categories that often beat up on the guys, of course, and we see that, as I said, through all of our categories within drag racing worldwide. There's been
Brittany Force,
yeah,
fastest on the planet, mate.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly right. So definitely, gender is no definition in drag racing. That's certainly for sure. All right, so our final run is set.
A bit of racing before we have our final.
All right, M124. Racing with M80 side by side across the finish line. M80 takes the win there. 11.16 with a 4. Next up, we'll see C28 taking on M126. C28, Paul Hutchins. Out in front at this point, should see the win light in the aeroflow lane. And he does, 10.40 with a 4, 144 miles an hour.
On the limiter. Very similar reaction times. Oh, squirrels at left to right, the longest possible way he could have gone.
Let's see if we got that on replay for you, mister.
He had to fight that. He had to left,
Yeah.
right, left, right, left, right.
That last one was a bit more
Wow.
aggressive, wasn't it? The last one was a little bit more aggressive there.
He did an extra 15 metres then.
Yeah. And the rocket lane through with a nice clean pass. 11.71 with a 4, 120 miles an hour at the finish line. And rider M128 has just rolled through. Our next pair up at the start line, M69 takes on M115.
Oh, 0.57 and a minus 0.32. A little bit too soon, unfortunately. Would have been a close race if he didn't jump the lights. It would have been neck and neck all the way.
11.24 with a 9. to an 11.54 with a 9. A 255 light on the tree for the Rocket Lane. As the performance here as well, I think, and we'll get to the finish line first. A 13.53 at 101 miles an hour to a 15.28 with a 6 at 88 miles an hour.
.040 reaction
Yeah,
time
nice.
and the airflow lane. Great reaction time.
As I said, anytime you see an O in front of your reaction time, it's certainly a good thing.
Absolutely.
A
When you see two of them, it's a better thing.
Yeah, that's even better. Two at the start's even better. 14.14 with a 9 will take the win there. .139 on the tree to 132. 7,000's in the start line. The Rocket Lane with the performance gets there first. 12.01 with a 9, 112 miles an hour to a 15.13 at 85. Next up we have Joshua McDonald down there, leaving with an 080 light in the airflow lane, taking on FM48 in the Rocket.
080 reaction. That's won it for him. Would have been a very close race otherwise.
Yeah, 10.63 with a 6 to a 10.60 with a 7.
Is it just me, or does it feel like it's dropped another couple of degrees?
It's getting cooler. I'm wondering if the door is open downstairs or something, because I can feel it too. You're in a t-shirt. FM46 taking on FM45.
Oh, he's gone through stage. Come back out before the light goes and come back in, mate. There we go. No, come back a bit more. Anybody wants to get a pizza and bring it up to me, I'll be happy.
All right, FM110 leaves the red light on the start line. Side by side across the finish line though, 0.06 of a second. The airflow lane gets there first.
Another lovely burnout from the Harley boys. He gets to keep his tough boy license.
Andrew O'Meara that was, down in the Rocket Lane.
If you don't do a burnout in your Harley, you got to hand in your man license. Oh, great. 1:56 reaction time as well. That's a quick bike too. 10.93 at 122. That's fantastic. Okay. Oh, what? Make sure you film that. He nearly took out the center line. You just watch the bike Smokes it up, stays and just saves it and stays back in the track. Well, I guessed about 6.5 to 7,000 RPM, didn't I? So
that you did. You said 7. We just got Adrian up. He's done some calculations. I said, how did you do that? He recorded the audio, and then that's shown the firing of the bike, so giving him the RPM.
Yeah.
And then a calculation, or giving the hertz of the frequency, then calculated it backwards. It's a little bit above my pay grade, I could tell you. But he's telling us some of the cool stuff he's doing with one of the race cars that he cruises on. So definitely keen to learn some more. 12:42 with an 8.1, 11 miles an hour in the aeroflow lane there, and the rocket lane time has disappeared off the boards before I got a chance to read it. C26 and C27 down there on the start line.
It'll be a close race, this one.
Yeah, Joseph in the aeroflow lane.
Oh, Rocket got the start, but they're neck and neck.
That's Ethan.
Side by side. Listen to the big twins scream. Oh, and Rocket gets the win just
by
a few hundredths.
Yeah, 500ths of a second across the finish line.
Love a close race. It's fantastic to watch here. Sydney Dragway, as usual. Got a beautiful track. The track's been expertly prepared by our wonderful staff and managed beautifully. All the events have gone through really quick tonight. We've had no issues.
I think we're not too far away from our final run of the competition here tonight. Just saw Adam walk under the tower with the novelty check.
That's a quick bike, 160 mile an hour, 978. That's one of the quickest we've had for the night.
It's Lachlan Jeffries down there, ran that 160 mile an hour charge. M124 taking on M80 now. As I say, we're not too far away from our final round of the competition. 1069 with a 6 will take that one. 138 miles an hour to a 1226 with a 5. Next up, M126. Taking on M80 at M80's left the red light. Still gets there first.
11:22 at 11:11. That's the second time we had those exact figures tonight.
Yes, we've had quite a few for people that are into numbers, we have quite a few that are a whole number to the decimal place, which is quite rare. There's probably I think 6 or 7 times I've seen that tonight.
I wonder if it was the same bikes.
Well, that's a good thing. It means your bike's running nice and consistent.
Running consistently, that's what you want.
And the rider's doing the same thing.
We've got our last 2 bikes now coming up after this gentleman for our final.
All right,
so I think Lisa is on a Jigsaw and looks like a Hayabusa. So this, ladies and gentlemen, about to come to the starting line is your final 2 bikes of this evening. This is your final race.
All right, for $300 and a free entry into the next event here at Sydney Dragway.
$300 will pay for the back tyre they wore out tonight.
Well, your Harley riders, yes.
Lisa Jamal with Mehmet Anut.
Yep. So Lisa in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 1060. And Mehmet down there in the rocket lane.
The 974 dial in. So he's given away about 0.9 of a second. He needs to get a good tree. Lisa needs to get a good tree to make this a close race. Get ready. She's 1:39, but she bogged down a little bit.
Oh, got a much better reaction time, though.
Oh, it's coming. I think she's going to take it out. I think Lisa's going to win it. She does.
Yep.
She wins with a 10:60 and a 9:98.
Yeah, nice.
Her reaction time that got her home there.
Yeah, nice pass there from Lisa. Went a 10.6, with a 6 on a 10.60
dial in.
Yep. So
she knows her bike and she knows her capabilities.
Actually, she was bang on in the semis too. I think only a few thousandths over the dial in. So congratulations to Lisa Jamal there, taking out the bike night here tonight at Sydney Dragway. And thank you very much to all of our competitors that have come out and made tonight's racing what it is. Thank you very much to all of the officials that have been out in the cool weather, keeping all of our competitors safe, making sure the track is in good racing condition. Thank you very much to Mr. up here for your assistance.
Thank you very much. I appreciate yourself. And thank you to all the spectators
very much so,
who braved the little bit of cold weather sitting out to watch this fantastic racing tonight. And once again, what a race. This is fantastic. Awesome. Huge number of bikes. No issues, no dramas. Went through swimmingly. Congratulations to everyone that competed. And just a mention to everyone, can you all drive safely on your way home tonight? You've all done so fantastic. You got out of your system, but we'd just like to see everyone ride home safely. Keep away from the popo and make sure everyone gets home safely tonight. Thank you all. Take care. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you very much, Mister. Just before we close, I will just say the next Wednesday night, Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway. We'll have a drag racing and burnouts on the big pad. Also, keep your eyes on the Track's website for up-and-coming events. The next round of the New South Wales Track Championship Series next Saturday here at Sydney Dragway. If you like your sportsman racing, that is the event for you. Everything from junior drag bike all the way up to supercharged outlaws and top sportsmen. Some very, very good racing we've had recently in our sportsman categories. Look forward to seeing you here at the track, either in person or via our live stream. Congratulations once again to our winner and runner-up. As Mr. said, be safe on the roads, and we'll see you all soon. Good night.